Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? How are you? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. Mr. and Mrs. America. I'm Alan. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Hey, Mary Santora's back.
Hi, guys. No baby.
Do I detect a slight tan?
I got a little pink in that Denver sun.
Yeah,
yes.
right?
You're
good.
I wore SPF 50 on a hike that I went to with my friends, and still my shoulders and my face got pink.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, no joke, you're a mile closer to the sun. It doesn't seem like that much, but...
Yeah, it's a mile up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, given how far we are away from the sun, you wouldn't think that a mile would really matter.
Right.
But you are a mile hotter.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah! And now you're back in Ohio and a mile less hot.
100%.
Congratulations.
Yes, I've been taken down a mile.
Uh-huh. Hey, Poundcake's back behind the glass. If you want to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. I think the phones are working. 800-348-1007. Phones are working. You can send a text if you like, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff, as Bill mentioned at the top of the show. And if you want to just drop a message, some people, they don't have the time, the inclination to call live. I always prefer live, obviously. It makes for a more engaging conversation. But you can always drop us messages on the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903. So how was the trip? Oh, you were doing a weekend of headlining shows out in Fort Collins, Colorado?
Yeah.
How many times did you fall down on stage?
None. I
Damn
listened
it.
to the first 2 segments of yesterday's show while I was waiting to board my flight in Denver, and I did hear that Bill took a spill, and I laughed.
It was funny. It was funny. I mean, it just...
I didn't fall down at all. It was great. We had some ACS customers come out. I don't know if you guys saw that on my Instagram. There were probably over the course of the weekend, I'd say about 10. 5 different couples, and then one woman by herself that came out. And
by herself?
Yeah, she brought me flowers. Sherry, she was the nicest.
Clearly hitting on you. That's
No.
Hey, listen.
Did you guys do a little...
No.
Sizzy sis?
No sizzy sis.
Sizzy sis. You know how the gals love that.
It was very cool to be so far from home and having people there on purpose. That was like, that'll never get old. It was so sweet. So thank you to the people who came out. And there was a couple who found us on accident. They're not from Cleveland. They were born and raised.
Cool.
Yeah, they were born and raised in whatever county Fort Collins is in. Larimer, maybe?
Okay.
Born and raised there.
Yeah.
And because I asked them, they're like, oh, we're big fans of the show. Like, can you sign our sticker? Like, they were super excited about it. And I was like, well, what part of Cleveland are you guys from? And they're like, actually, we kind of just accidentally found you on the iHeartRadio app. They were listening to some podcasts, and we came up as a suggestion, and they've been listening for like the last 2 years.
Wow.
So I thought that was like super cool.
Hey, like other awful podcasts, check this one out. Well, however you find us, who cares? Well, that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
With no connection.
No connection at all. Born and raised in Fort Collins, never left, never been to Cleveland, but they found
See, powers that be, were not to Cleveland.
See?
Yeah, I was like that.
But
well, you guys do a real Cleveland show. No, we don't. I almost never mention it.
But yeah, so that was great. The shows were all sold out. They were super, super fun. Yeah, it was just a wonderful weekend to be back out and doing stand up and traveling again, and everything was. I was sitting on my bed at
People
like.
needed a larf, need to get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is the COVID response out there?
What do you mean?
Like, what are they doing? Like, you know, is it pretty similar to what we're doing here? Like,
everybody had masks on.
Yeah.
I mean, same as restaurants. Everything was pretty much the same.
Mhm.
I will say this. I would not have been comfortable traveling if I wasn't vaccinated because those planes were full. I mean, not an empty seat. The airports were packed. Like, and everybody did a good job of keeping their masks on. And there were a lot of, like, it seemed like extra TSA agents telling people, like, hey, pull it up, you know, like things like that. But
Colorado has extended their mask mandates, like as a state.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't see, nobody was bitching, no fights broke out, nothing like that.
That's a bummer.
Right. Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, it was one of those things where, because I don't know why I wasn't expecting the flights to be full, or at least them to be skipping seats or whatever it was.
I think they've been full for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was like. I felt it was still kind of weird, I feel like, to be that close to people, just because for so long it's been 6 feet, stay away, don't do anything, don't leave your house, and then to be in a crowded airport with people right on top of you, and I don't know, it was kind of an off-putting feeling, even though I knew.
Unnerving.
Yeah. I knew I was vaccinated, I knew I was safe, and it was just like, it felt wrong almost, like we were like getting away with something, I don't know. But yeah, it was a good weekend. It was a really, really good weekend. So great to be doing stand-up again. And I was supposed to be back yesterday, but there was an email that didn't go through or went to a spam folder, whatever it was. We're sitting in the green room Friday night, and I was talking about getting a ride to the airport Sunday. And the booker was like, "You're in Boulder Sunday." I was like, "No, I'm not." And he goes, "You have 2 shows that you're headlining in Boulder Sunday." And I was like, "Who was in charge?"
In a different city.
In a different city, yeah. I was like, "Who was in charge of telling me this?" And he's like searching through his phone, because he and I have known each other for a few years, so he and I just texted about the booking, and he's like, "Oh, so-and-so is supposed to send you an email, and I guess it either didn't go through, or it might have gone to your spam, or this
I have
or
a lot
that."
of friends in Boulder. I wish I would have known.
Well, I wish I would have known. I had to change
That's
my
a good
flight.
point.
Yeah, I had to change my flight Friday night, so the only thing I could get was like a 12-hour travel day, where I had like a 3.5-hour. It was awful. I got to the Denver airport at like 10:30 in the morning, and I didn't get home until last night at 11:30.
Where did you have to lay over?
Nashville.
Dallas? Oh, Nashville.
Yeah. So it was a really the Boulder shows were a lot of fun, but it was a really long day. No, because it was a lot of money.
And why you're not going to cancel last minute?
Right. It wasn't my fault.
It doesn't matter though. What are they going to do?
Yeah, and he was like, "It's this much extra dollars," and I was like, "All right, well, I'll look at it."
Did he say this much extra dollars?
This is exactly what he said.
Let me check my calculations here. It's this much extra dollars.
It's this much dollars more.
Yes. How many much more dollars would you like? Because
how many
it's
dollars
this
much
many
more
much
than
more.
you had?
Right.
No, but so it ended up being like I was able to. The extra shows in Boulder were essentially paid for my flight and all my travel, which was nice.
So it worked out. I mean, you ended up
great.
making more than you thought you were out there to make.
Correct.
Right.
And so that was really nice, and I got to see my friend Megan, that I have known since elementary school. We've known each other since literally kindergarten, and she's one of those friends where we don't keep in super close contact, but every time we see each other, you kind of just like fall right back into it, which is so nice. And so I stayed with her and her fiance. They're the ones who took me on the hike. And
so did you just drive to Boulder?
I didn't drive. I had other comics driving me. So there were like my friends came to the show, so they drove me up to Fort Collins and then came to the show, and then they stayed in like a yurt.
Yeah.
They're super outdoorsy, really like they hike all the time, and they got a dog, and they're both hot, and it's just like aggravating. And they're super healthy, and they're like the ideal Denver couple.
Well, yeah, that's why people go out there.
Yeah.
'Cause you can hike and you can run and do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, super fit, and so they came and they like stayed in this really cool like outdoor yurt thing, and then they came to the show, and then another comic drove me from Fort Collins to Boulder, and then a different comic drove me from Boulder to Denver.
Were you worried that you might also have forgotten that you had a yurt show somewhere?
That would have been upsetting.
Very Santora's headlining the comedy yurt in Loveland Monday night.
That's what we were talking about, is that I was like Sunday when I was trying to arrange something to the airport, because all the cars were like friggin' like $250 a day.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And I was like, I can't afford this. But it worked out nicely that there was basically a comic in each city that I was performing in, driving to the city I was going to. So it ended up working out nicely that I could just hop in the car with another comic.
That is not good for anxiety. I could never be a road comic because I'm just like, but what if I don't know how this person drives? I don't know what type of car they have. What if they're trying to kidnap me?
Plus, you're not funny, so that would really.
Yeah, I didn't say I was.
Oh, poor Cody. Giving him a hard time.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
But it was a good time, though.
It was wonderful. We were on our hike, and it was very difficult. And they say, you know, the air's thinner there and yada, yada. And I also haven't been very physically active lately. But I was, like, stopping to take pictures of things that I really didn't care to look at. I just needed a break.
Guys, I really want to take a picture of this.
There's this nice puddle here. It looks like Jesus.
My shoes look good on this mud.
I think that's the rare white-wooded grouse. I really want to get a picture of that.
Chad Daniels was there this weekend, too.
We had lunch.
And he told a story on his podcast about, like, he's a very competitive guy.
Yeah.
And so his friend Steve was out there featuring for him. He lives out there now. And he's like, yeah, we're going to go up this mountain. It's like 3 miles. Take your time at Red Rocks, where Alan ruined a rental car.
That's right.
He was on his way, like, and because there was the slightest bit of a challenge, he's like, you take your time. He's like, no, I don't need to take my time. And he like ran up. He's like, I was tired for 2 days.
Yeah.
Like I could not catch my breath.
I've never noticed the thin air when I've been there.
Have you done like exercising and stuff?
Yeah. I've never noticed it.
Just walking around and things like that, I didn't feel any different. I did check my blood oxygen probably 50 times while I was there because if I felt it was lower. Like
I was going to say, you're always checking it in the flatlands of Ohio. I can imagine when you're a mile up doing some hiking.
It was around like 90 or 92, which would normally totally freak me out. But I like Googled it and it was like averages 88 to 94 in Denver.
Guys, I got to stop to take a picture of my blood ox level on my Apple Watch, all right? So it's all going to go in my gallery. Yeah. Well, good. So it was all good.
It was wonderful. The other thing that made me laugh really hard is just a visceral reaction to people being so just healthy and nice and like environmentally conscious out there. During our hike, we saw 2 ladies that had trash bags. And I literally said out loud to my friends, I was like, I wonder what they did to get community service. And they weren't. They were just picking up trash along the
I do that.
Picking things up.
Well, I don't know why my first thought was like, oh, damn, those are criminals. Like, not.
They weren't wearing orange vests.
No, they were dressed in completely normal clothes. But it just made me giggle that I was like, my first Midwest Ohio brain was, oh, they're not littering. They're helping pick it up.
They have no concern about the environment. What are they doing out there?
Right.
That does not compute.
Ladies, you don't have to do that. You're not in trouble.
Hey, that's like really extra. I mean, we appreciate it, but like...
I always pick up stuff if I see it, like if I'm out walking around.
That was like their purpose, though. Maybe I was like, man, I got to readjust my way of thinking. Not that like the fact that they were just helping nature was not my first thought. My first thought was,
understood.
They did something.
Stick your head out. Hey, on the way back, I'm gonna hit you guys up. All right, I'm gonna come back with a little pokey thing.
Were you like, wait, come here, I got some trash for you, and just like
no, like an airline, like the stewardess or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it was great. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, let me break. I'll have another $1,000 for you to win. A keyword coming around 2:30. That's the next chance for you to go fund to yourself. If you want to text here in the break, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox.
iHeart radio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
May the 4th be with you. Celebrate International Star Wars Day with the iHeart original station, May the 4th Radio. The perfect soundtrack, whether you're on the light side
or the dark side. Nothing will stand in our way.
Approved by Chewie and Grogu. Even Vader loves it. But that guy is hard to read. Make iHeart's May the 4th Radio your soundtrack all day. The free iHeart app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. And May the 4th be with you.
Celebrating 25 years of sounding remotely likable.
Not like them. Kinda.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
(216-578-1007) to join us live. More 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text? I will have another $1,000. Hopefully go in your pocket in about 7 minutes. 2:30 is the next chance for you to go fund yourself. So each one of those keywords that you hear us play, you boot up WMMS.com, you put them in. You don't text them in anymore. I will see that occasionally. People just do it reflexively, but I don't want you to waste that text by texting me a word. So they go into WMMS.com. Now, Indians beat the Royals last night. It was a good game, 8-6. That was the first of 4. They'll play them again tonight in Kansas City. That means that the A's now have the best record in baseball. They were, I think, with Kansas City losing, the A's are at 18-12. So best in the AL, but definitely best in baseball too. So Indians will get another crack at Kansas City tonight. 8:10 is your first pitch here on WMMS. And the iHeartRadio app. Cavaliers are in town to play the Suns. That is on the app as well if you are in town. And it will be on WTAM. I was reading about a lot of people taking umbrage. I just thought that was funny. But some people taking umbrage at people asking about Zach Wilson's really hot mom. Zach Wilson is the 21-year-old kid who goes, I think, second in the draft. He goes to
the Jets.
New York Jets. So he's already screwed. But his mom, he's 21, and his mom doesn't look that, listen, you could be 39 and have a 21. You could be 36 and have a 21-year-old kid. What do I know? But they're Mormons from Utah, I think. So they got that, like, Von Trapp family energy. And this guy, Craig Carton, who did some prison time for a while, but then got right back on the radio in New York at a sports station. I guess people were mad at him because he had Zach Wilson on the phone and was grilling him about his hot mom. Except if your mom's hot. I don't know how you answer those questions.
I'm guessing with the pictures that I see of her, they're not active Mormons because you can't be showing cleavage if you're like a good standing member of the church.
You can't show cleavage if you're a Mormon?
No, you got the underwear on. It covers it all up.
Do they have to, is it like women, so when I was really heavy in Pentecostal, when you start to get pretty far into it, like women have to wear skirts past the knees, you're not allowed to cut your hair, you're not allowed to pierce your ears. Is it like that?
You can pierce your ears, but you're not supposed to show like above your shoulder, like you're not supposed to wear like sleeveless shirts. And then you wear the garments, which are like a shirt and like pant, like
it's like a romper, right?
Not like a romper.
Like long
it's
johns?
It's like an undershirt and what are the
knickers?
Not knickers,
boxers.
Just boxer briefs.
His mom
like
looks
boxer
like
briefs.
Christy Brinkley.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, the photos I saw,
like.
at least what she wore to the draft wasn't anything provocative. I mean, she's dressed.
I'm just
to
seeing
the
a picture
neck.
here where looks like she's got some fake cans.
Yeah, well,
and she's got some.
But again, I mean,
showing.
the mom's pretty, but
yeah,
I guess based on like other moms at the draft, I mean, she's nobody that I would have been like, oh my God, look at that mom. But apparently, people are like fixated.
Can I say
Plus,
that?
it also freaks you out because these guys going into pro football out of college are 21, which means the mom can easily be, like a decade
40,
younger than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird too. I'm like, oh my God. Your mom has become the lead story, this guy
told this kid, to me, she just looks like a mom. She looks like a Mormon mom. She's blonde and
pretty put together.
Yeah.
Like she takes care of herself.
Blindingly white teeth and
I don't actually
Hitler
think,
Youth vibe.
I think she's one of those people, like, if you look at her and just take a glance, you're like, ooh, she's hot. But then, like, the more you look at her, you're like, but is she?
It's kind of gross because, like, when you start to pull up, like, Zach Wilson is in the, like, the pre-whatever suggestions are like, mom in bikini, mom boobs. I'm like, oh, you have to Google yourself. And then you instantly see, like, your mom's boobs trending on, like, Google. Oh,
no.
That sucks. What a way to start your career. Thanks, Mom. Still the spotlight again. Well, it was my headlights, son. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but but it's not. See what he did? But it's not his fault or his mom's fault. You know, people were tweeting this guy, and they were like,
have it all.
it's inappropriate because he's just a kid. I'm like, A, he's 21. B, you're not the first guy to ever mention this to him, by the way.
His friends have been saying
Of
it
course.
forever,
like,
you know?
every kid in school's got a hot, there's
Your
always a
mom
kid
come
who's
to
got
the
the
game,
hot
man?
mom. Yeah, amen.
I got to pass because there was a kid that we went to college with that he would want to, like, he would fight anyone who, or he wanted to fight anyone who said something about his mom because his mom was really hot. But I, again, me being the gay friend, I was like, holy crap. I was like, your mom's a total MILF, dude. And he's like, you know what? I'm okay with you saying that. Anybody else?
No
He was
threat.
like, I'll cut these guys. Like, I was like, oh, okay. His mom always used to make us breakfast. She was very sweet.
Used to make breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's nice.
What kind of breakfast?
She would make
Blue waffles?
No. Actually, I never had her breakfast because every time I stayed over his house, I was always hungover because they had a really nice big house with a nice bar, and they would always like test different things. So I'm like, okay, I'll try this and this because it was unlimited alcohol. So you can't give a college student an open bar.
Yeah.
And so I never actually got to have their breakfast. I was always sick.
But she would make it for you?
She would make breakfast for everyone. It
Oh,
was a
I see,
bunch
yeah.
of us staying over. But then she would come over and nurse me. She's like, are you okay, honey? And then,
Nurse
like,
you?
Like, you know, she
Hold
like...
his head on her chest and rock him
Oh,
back
okay.
and forth.
She really
Let him take
was
a pull from the
accommodating.
tap, huh?
I
Very
know, I'm
nice.
just saying, she would be like, you know, make sure my head's good or whatever. And then she would like lean over and I just see, doink. I'm like, wow, she got some cans.
Yeah, well, anyway, I mean, this can't be the first time that anybody's mentioned this to this kid, and I don't think there's anything inappropriate about it, but people were zeroing in on this dude on the air in New York. And he has 3 brothers, 2 sisters. His dad just looks like a, chunkalunk or whatever. But, the kid... Well, you know what I mean? Like, the kid looks like his mom's son.
Right.
He's got
Oh,
that
yeah,
blinding way. The dad just kind of looks like, dang.
His dad looks
I
like a
got
blob.
lucky.
How are you?
Yeah,
They're
right,
like,
whatever.
They're like a couple on a sitcom where, like, the dad's kind of dumpy and
Yeah.
funny and the mom's, like, hot and, like, eh.
This is according to Jim.
Right.
And the
yeah.
dad's like a big guy, though. Like, he's...
Yeah.
Why does his other brother look just like him?
Because they're siblings.
Tends to be how families work.
But
Yeah.
they look like they're twins. They look, I can't tell.
Everybody
who's
thought
older.
me and my middle brother were twins until we were in high school.
Same with me and my younger sister.
Yeah.
They all got their mom's face except for the youngest daughter.
Aw.
The dad's.
Oh. It's like Al Pacino's daughter. He and Beverly D'Angelo had 2. He's 70-something. But they had twins some years ago. And these twins now, a boy and a girl, are, I think, 19 or 20 years old. And the daughter is, I guess, trying to be an influencer or something. And so Al Pacino's daughter went viral. She's like, I'm Al Pacino's daughter. She is, she does not have a, not sure how to say it. She does not have a movie star quality to her, I guess. I was very, very surprised to see what Olivia Pacino looked like. But
Oh, there's 2. He has 2 daughters.
who?
Does Al Pacino?
Yeah, he's got a much older one, and then he's got like the one who's 19 or 20, I think.
Olivia.
Olivia
Yes.
is the one who's trying to be an influencer. And listen, more power to her. If your dad is Al Pacino, and not the guy from Tropic Thunder, the hoo-ah guy. Al Pacino. No, Al Pacino is her dad, and he's, however old he is, he's 76 or he's 80 or, something. And so he had these kids when he was very old. Right, that's Al Pacino.
Great ass!
Right, and so his twins now are getting growed up.
They're twins?
Yeah. Wow. Boy and a girl.
Well, what we should really be talking
I'm looking
about...
at a picture of what must be his wife and his daughter then, and I'm like, they're twins? Like, get out of here.
No, just Google Olivia Pacino, and she's wearing glasses.
Yeah.
And you can't figure out how... I mean, I guess you look at the face and you go, well, okay, maybe, but Beverly D'Angelo's very pretty, and, so just sometimes the genes, they go the way they want to go. And, not everybody gets to look like a Chet Hayes, I guess. Chet Hanks or whatever. There's another kid who set up another kid who's got a hot mom, and so he made an OnlyFans for her on the condition that...
Son of the year.
Yeah, that he take
Happy
a cut.
Mother's Day!
There you go! Mama, love ya!
Mom, get back to work. I'm trying to make money.
That's right. It's like right there. That's my old home. I've got to give you $1,000 here. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword sports at WMMS.com. That's sports. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Yeah, some kid over in Spain or somewhere, I don't know. His mom her name's Lucine Duarte, and I guess she's a big deal on Instagram. So she's got some magazine covers under her belt. She's been on Portuguese Playboy, and she was Miss World Bum winner 2 years ago, So she's super curvy, but I mean, from the neck up, you're like, all right. But her son set up an OnlyFans account. Now, I know that not everything we were just talking in the break, somebody who's on OnlyFans that we know. And not everything on OnlyFans is pornographic in nature, but I think it's safe to say that the best stuff is.
The most subscriptions, probably.
The most subscriptions. I mean, OnlyFans didn't necessarily start out with that purpose, but you give any people a platform to do what they want to do, and it will quickly turn pornographic.
And
so
they still try to push the two successful people on there that aren't making porn, they're
musicians.
They're musicians, or they're cooking, and they're like, hey, come support us on OnlyFans.
Right. Except that, unfortunately for them, OnlyFans has become synonymous with porn.
Right.
So if you're like, no, I do a cooking show, they're like, are you naked? No, it's like a cooking show. Are you using a lot of cucumbers? No, it's a cooking show on OnlyFans.
I mean, it's a cooking show. You don't really cook cucumbers all that often.
Hey, speak for yourself. I love nothing more than a cooked cucumber.
Just a warm
gazpacho.
cucumber.
It's the only warm thing in my otherwise cold gazpacho. What you do first is you put the cucumber slices in the food dehydrator. So you remove all of the moisture from those cucumbers.
That's all that, what's left?
Disappears.
The rind?
It's a little rind, and then that you put it in your gazpacho. And,
with seeds?
So Leonardo Hathaway, who I guess is, in his own right, he's got a pretty good following. He's 19, and he launched an OnlyFans account for his mom. But he says he wants a cut.
Thick.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is. She's really curvy, and, she's...
Think those are her real boobs?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, because she's got,
big hangers.
Okay.
But I don't... well, she does, but I don't think that they're real.
Hangers,
I don't think that they're real. So he said that he set her up with this page. I'm not sure why that was required, because she could have easily done it herself.
Maybe she was hesitant, and he's like, all right, I'll just do it for you. And then all you have to do is upload.
But he's going to take a cut. So obviously he's got a thought to make some money off of it too. And so, because a lot of these celebrities go, well, if paparazzi are going to take photos of me and I don't get any money,
right?
Why not charge people for photos that only they will see? And of course, anybody who does this, they're like, oh yeah, my kids don't have any complaints whatsoever because I make a lot of money on this. And there's nothing wrong with that. Top stars on OnlyFans command a sizable six-figure pay stub. On average, content creators get about $180 a month from the site. Now, ain't nobody getting rich on that. But, if you've got, I guess if you got the goods, a little extra money.
That's also the average. There's people that are doing okay, and there's a lot of in between.
Couple grand.
Now, I just told my mom about Dogecoin a few months ago.
Get off this Dogecoin.
It's doing good, but I don't think I'm going to take her down the OnlyFans road.
Hey, Mom, how about if I set you up? She could do a cooking channel.
Are Mormon moms known for their cooking?
I mean, she's all right. She's a good cook. She's become a better cook since we've all left the house because now she has time to actually prepare stuff and enjoy it versus cooking for 7 people.
Making it in bulk.
And just dishing it out like it's gruel.
A giant pot full of food. Full of cucumber rinds and gazpacho.
But there's also just so many more resources now to like actually learn how to cook. I mean, going off of a recipe is different than actually going off of somebody telling you how to do something, like in videos on YouTube and stuff.
Alan, your taste in women is suspect. Ariana Grande. Your observation about Ariana Grande, cute but nothing special. I'm not sure which way you're going on that. Like, you think she's great, or I don't.
That's
I mean,
what I think they're trying
I think
to say.
Ariana Grande's cute, but again, my issue with her is she looks like she's 11 years old, and that's not going to make it move. So, I mean, good for her, lovely girl, but she's like 2 feet tall and looks like she's in the 7th grade. So that's
ponytail brings her up to like 5.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not really,
Yeah, I don't understand what they're trying to say.
So this kid...
How come you don't like girls that look like they're 11, Alan? You say you like hot kids on Stranger Things.
It is true. I'm saying I don't like hot kids. I'm saying if you expect me to watch a television show with children in it, a worse experience I can't fathom. You better give me something to look at. And here's the problem with Stranger Things. When they bring anything back, this show, these kids are going to be so old and gangly. They're going to go, oh, come on, man. It's been like 3 or 4 years, add in your pandemic, whatever.
They're in the weird teenage awkward phase.
Well,
they're like on the other side of it now.
Yeah, they're 18?
The black kid, I don't think they're that old. Millie Bobby Brown, I think, is probably like 16
they're like 17,
years old.
18 years old now.
But the black kid in that show is on some other movie on Netflix, a movie called Urban Cowboys or something about these guys in Philly, black dudes in their neighborhood who are wearing cowboy gear and riding horses. I don't know. It's a historical thing. And the kid from Stranger Things is in it, and he's unrecognizable.
Yeah.
Because obviously it's been a while since he's all grown up. So, it's really going to underscore why Millie Bobby Brown was a breakout from that show. Because when they all come back, you're going to go, oh, I get it now. Unless that kid's got a full head of teeth. I don't know. But, hey, so the OnlyFans, speaking of fans, it is time to reverse your fans. FYI. Because it's getting warmer again, so it's time to reverse your fans.
So that the air sucks up.
Yeah, a public service announcement. That's right.
I don't know how to do that.
It sucks up?
There's a little switch.
It shouldn't go down?
Well,
it would draw the air up.
In the wintertime, it should go clockwise because that pulls the cold air up from the floor. You want the cold air to go down in the summertime, so you reversed your fan.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, that should be opposite. Because hot air is up top, so you would want it to...
I don't really use
you
my
don't
fan
want it to
in the
push
winter.
the hot air down.
No, if you have it spin one way, it pushes the cold air down, which is what you want in the summertime.
Yeah.
Because cold air sinks.
Yeah.
But heat rises.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. So how could it push cold air down if it's at the top? It would be pushing hot air down.
No. Spin clockwise in the winter to pull cold air up from the floor. You're pulling the cold air up in the wintertime to keep the room warm.
Ceiling.
Right. To heat the hot ceiling. So it mixes near the ceiling, right?
Okay.
Summertime, you want to be pushing the cold air down. There's just that little switch. If you have a ceiling,
the switch. I'm trying to wrap my head around the science of this because it's not making any sense to me. If warm air rises,
I just like air to circulate.
Wouldn't you want in the summertime to push the warm?
You want to push the cold air down and keep the warm
air up. The warm air is up.
You want to make sure that all of your
heat rises, Alan.
You want to
heat rises, heat rises, so it's at the top. So wouldn't you want the fan to spin and push that warm air down
in the winter? Not suck cold air up. You want to push warm air down.
Well, because the shape of the blades, it's pulling air up. I don't think it's pushing air.
We're not changing the shape of the blades. we're changing the direction.
I'm just trying to do a public service announcement here, okay? The blades are tilted at an angle, right? We know this.
Yes.
So they should spin clockwise in the winter.
Okay.
Right? To pull the cold air up from the floor.
Okay.
Right?
That's where I get, that's what I don't know.
And then it mixes with the warm air near the ceiling and keeps you warmer because all that's left is your warm air.
I also don't really turn the fan on in the winter ever.
Yeah.
Oh, God, ours is always on.
I have
Ours
to.
is always on.
I never do either.
My wife has a fans on, and then she's cocooned in her comforter. I'm like, okay.
Anytime a fan is on, I wake up with a stuffy nose. Anytime I've ever slept with a fan, I can't do it. I don't know why.
Bill slept with a lot of fans, and I don't think he's ever been affected that way.
You don't get a stuffy nose from it.
Not stuffy noses.
Stuffy something else,
Yeah.
eh? Something else looks like it's sneezing.
More drippy than stuffy. Just kidding. I've never had one.
And on that note, I'm going to break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there if you like, and you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact.
216-578-1007. To join us live, 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text. I don't think Mary understands the warm air cools as it rises, somebody says.
How?
Science is
No,
how,
I definitely
Mary.
don't understand that. 'Cause I mean, and that's always just what they tell you is that warm air rises. So that wouldn't make sense if it cools as it rises, because then it would be cool at the top.
Talk to this guy.
Yeah, guy.
And then, of course, it all depends on where the sky starts. Somebody points
That is
out.
true.
It starts
That's
at the ground.
probably why this is so confusing to
Starts
me.
at the sidewalk, I think.
There's no sky in where there's like a fan inside.
The sky is inside.
I don't think so.
If the
there's a
windows are
roof,
open.
There's sky getting in.
Yes. That's what wind is. Wind is just moving sky, right?
Yes. That's what Dr. Anthony Fauci says. Wind is just moving sky, so make sure wherever you are. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always drop us a message there, too, if you like. It is 216-986-8903.
This is Randy. I'd like to sing a quick song, if that's all right. I'd like to sing God Bless the USA. If anyone would like to sing along, here we go. If tomorrow all my things were gone, I'd work for all my life. And I had to start again with just my children and wife. And I thank my lucky stars to be living here today. Because the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I can see them big old titties.
That took a weird turn. Okay. Well, now that is a guy that is very happy to be. He's proud to be. There's a Randy who's.
It's Randy!
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
Yeah, I'm going to take another break right now. I don't know what that was. Yeah, that's another one of those awful songs that they'll play. They probably play it at Country Jam every year, don't they?
I'm sure that they do.
Yeah, well, you guys have played Country Jam.
I've attended lots of country jams.
Lots of country jams, everybody.
I was there.
That was my layover was in Nashville last night, and as soon as I walked off the gate, these two signs opposite each other on the wall. I don't know a lot about Nashville. I know it's a party city. I know it's country music, Hollywood.
Yeah, they call it Music City.
I know that, but from the people in the airport, everybody looked pretty well done. Like they had the like a Southern housewife. Like everybody had a lot of makeup and they were thin and tan.
Well, it's a metropolitan area.
Yeah. And the
Vanderbilt University.
The one sign said, "Here in Nashville, the experience counts, not the calories." And it was like a picture of fries.
So it was at the food court.
No, it was just like in the terminal.
Yeah.
And then the other one said, "Before wheels up, whiskey up." And I was just like, I can't get a vibe on this city because
That's right, we want you to eat and drink.
It's a party city.
I get that, but it was like the women seemed really put together,
they
rich
drink, the guys eat.
housewives, and I guess maybe that's what it is. They have fat husbands.
These are also people at the airport. They might have been leaving Nashville to go home. They might not have been.
Yeah, and maybe while they're on vacation, you indulge a little bit.
Okay.
And then you get back to your regular life and you count the calories again.
Yeah.
Or don't.
Yeah.
Or they just want you to go to their restaurants and bars and spend money.
I guess. It was a weird take, I felt like, for them to be like, yeah, eat the fries, drink the whiskey.
Still Tennessee.
Welcome to Nashville.
Tennessee
Yeah,
whiskey. I mean,
right.
it's still, yeah. But you didn't have time to get out and hang out in Nashville.
No, because I only had it was just under 3 hours for me. So by the time I got there, went to the bathroom and grabbed a coffee and sat down. I just read my book and hung out for a little bit.
Now, how many calories were in that coffee?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't even a real coffee. It was a chai latte.
That's not a real coffee?
Well, it's not coffee. It's tea. But it was delicious.
Mm-hmm.
I learned that I like oat milk. On this
Did you like oatmeal?
Oat milk.
Oat milk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, much more than almond milk, which I've normally been
You mean
drinking.
almond juice?
Almond juice.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Oat juice?
Oat juice.
Oat juice.
Whatever
Yeah.
it is, it's way creamier and much more enjoyable. So for those of you out there still...
You'd never tried it before?
No.
Okay.
Still being a plebe with the almond milk, you switch over to oat. Give it a go.
Well, I don't drink any milk, so it doesn't matter to me.
Not even in I usually drink my coffee black, but it was an option.
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
Only time I ever had milk was when I would have cereal, and I haven't had cereal in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah, hey guys, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
So I have a question and then a comment. My question is, when you come back from a commercial break, some guy always says, portions of this show have been pre-recorded.
Yeah.
What are they talking about?
I think that's a legal thing. That just airs all day long in case we are airing something so that they don't... I think they just run it all day long for legal reasons.
Okay.
And like the weather and stuff like that, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. All right. Now, my second thing is this. I was listening to 105.7 this morning, and the lady who's on there with Mark Nolan, Jen something or other.
Jen Pachano.
Yes, she said Romo Fijo today, and I thought now it sounds like it's finally caught on.
Right. Well, there you go.
2 years later.
They can absolutely use that. I know there was a guy for a while over at The Fan who was getting in trouble for using it.
Yeah.
Because it's not one of our radio stations, and I guess they didn't want something that I did bleeding over into there. Whoever that was, by the way, thank you for jumping on that grenade. But listen, anybody, I welcome anyone and everyone who wants to grab Romo Fijo. Some people think it's interminably stupid. I appreciate that too, because it is. It doesn't preclude anybody from using it though. So
I take a carload of kids to school every day, and every time, or on the way home, every time you say Romo Fijo, they all clap. Like you guys used to at the
I
beginning.
think that Romo Fijo. Yeah, right.
Exactly
That's the appropriate reaction for young children to have that. Yes.
Is it just a random group of kids, or do you know these kids?
She's just picking up kids.
I know them all, and they're all teenagers, actually.
Okay, but to you, they're kids.
Well, I'm your age.
Yeah, I understand. Oh, Jesus.
35 is a kid.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I mean, we're still vibrant people out here, Sarah.
We're vibrant people, but Bill and Mary and Poundcake half the time have no clue what the hell you're talking about. And I think, my goodness, how young are these people?
Well, I might just not explain myself very well. It might have nothing to do with age.
Yeah, I don't explain myself good either.
They're missing cultural cues, I think, from our childhood.
Well... They're
we will. We're not old.
Yeah, they're better off missed, Sarah. Okay, thank you, Sarah. There's.
Let's roll Let's go see a show.
And we'll have tickets for you all week around 4:20, by the way, for the Machine Gun Kelly show. He announced he's going to do a hometown thing on the 18th of December. So if you're looking for like a last-minute Christmas stocking stuffer for somebody, you can stuff their stocking with Colson Baker tickets. MGK going to do the Romo Fijo December 18th. Those tickets are on sale.
They had a plane flying around Cleveland on Saturday with a tail that said Machine Gun Kelly, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, December 18th, and they're like, hey, if you're out, get a picture of it. I'm like, okay, and I got one, and it's so tiny. It's like trying to take a picture of the moon. It's so tiny. I'm like, here it is.
Yes,
I mean, you guys wanted it. So I just posted it on the Instagram of WMMS. I'm like, here's the picture. And then I did the meme, like, can you enhance this from, like, NCIS? And then it was just a picture of him with the date of the show.
Right. Here you go, guys. If you can squint, if you can zoom in on this photo. But those tickets are on sale. May the 4th, a lot of people focused on Star Wars, but it's also the anniversary of the shooting at Kent State University. That was 51 years ago today that happened.
I wondered why you were playing this while talking about an MGK concert. I was like, he didn't cover this, did he? I was trying to rack my brain. I was like,
there's always a method to my madness, Mary.
Yeah.
There's always some subtext going on. Keep things moving.
Also, today's my roommate's birthday. Happy birthday, Josh.
So the 51st anniversary... How old is he?
31.
Oh, come on. Stop wishing people a happy birthday like after 20.
Hey.
Who cares? Like, do you really care?
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I hope they have a nice day on their birthday.
Well, do you know him?
I don't, but I still want them to have a nice day.
Why do you care what kind of day he's going to have?
I'd rather people have nice days than bad days.
Well, last year he kind of got screwed because we were going to throw him like a big dirty 30, but, coronavirus got... Was like,
my wife turned 40.
It.
Everybody who had a birthday last year got screwed.
Okay.
Right?
So I wanted him to have
What
a
are you
nice
going to do for him today?
I got him a card.
He
and
said
and
happy birthday.
A
Didn't you hear
card?
him?
a gift card, too.
So after mentioning how he got screwed over last year on his 30th birthday, the next one comes along, and you get him a card.
He's not my husband.
Who said he was your husband?
I'm just saying, I don't have to do all that for him, but he didn't do that much for me. Like it's
And there it is.
We found it.
And I knew if I dug and dug and dug, I would get to it. He didn't do much for me.
It's my sister's birthday.
And that's why it's silly to wish people a happy birthday if it's transactional.
It's my sister's birthday and her husband's. They have the same birthday.
Today?
Yeah, I just saw them. They were talking about how they had the same birthday.
And they sent us some stuff from the Rocky River Library. Some coffee cups and hand sanitizer.
For
and
their
magnets.
birthday, they sent you?
Well,
no, they sent us some stuff because you had mentioned how you had a bad time at the library.
Yeah.
So they sent us this box full of stuff. She goes, "Hey, you guys are going to be getting a box full of stuff because
Because Grumpy Gills wouldn't let me get a card without 2 forms
That's
of
right.
ID.
Because the Rocky River Library, they want to put forth a good face and seem open. And but you had told a story about you got some old crone over there, or I don't know who.
Yeah, it was just an old man who was
Old man,
upset that
okay.
I didn't bring 2 forms of ID to open a library card, and I was.
Well, them's the rules.
I was caught off guard. That was the rule. But yeah, that's cool.
I'm surprised that don't most people have a couple forms of ID on them?
And I had to have 2 forms of ID that showed my address.
Oh, right.
Because it was like you had to live in Rocky River.
Right.
So I was like, I don't.
Boy, they're really sticking to that. You got to live in the town to use the library, aren't they?
Mhm.
Like libraries, I would think in general, with all due respect, I love libraries. I
Yeah.
worked in them. I think libraries should be screaming and yelling and trying to get anyone in their doors that they possibly can.
They'll still let you use the library if you don't live in Rocky River. They just have to confirm your address.
Why?
That's just how libraries work.
No, but what I'm saying is
it's library law.
I think you can't get a card.
Right.
No, you can get a library card. I've had library cards because I've never lived in Rocky River, and I've had a Rocky River library
Then why did the
card.
guy need to confirm on 2 separate pieces of
Because
information?
that's the rules.
But that's what I'm saying. That shouldn't be a rule. Then
I don't know.
I can't follow this. You either have to live there to get a card or you don't.
My guy was very specific and very rigid with the rules.
Right. And my question is, it shouldn't be like that.
So I'm saying he might have just been the guy who was like, to the books, no mercy.
But you can't enforce a rule unless it's a rule.
But some people might be more lax with the rules. I don't know. I'm new to the library.
I'm just saying that if you live in Parma, you should be able to get a card at the Rocky River. Libraries should be just
and you
trying to
can,
get people inside.
But they just have a rule where you have to bring 2 forms of identification. I think that's pretty common with
So his question is,
stuff.
if you don't live there, why do you? If you can get a card and not live there, why do you need 2 forms of identification?
I don't have the answer for that. I think it's stupid.
Okay.
I'm not disagreeing that it's stupid. I think it's just the way they do it.
Right. Speaking of which, my books are overdue by about a month.
Don't you get constant... my wife checks out all kinds of books in the library. Don't you get... and this is another reason. It's so easy now. You get email updates.
Nope.
You get texts.
I haven't.
You better sign up. Yeah, they text you. They go, hey, this book's coming due. You can renew them online. Like, it couldn't be easier to do these kinds of things. So that's why some old dude putting up a roadblock like you don't have a thing with your address on it seems really weird. Because in many ways, they've moved into the 21st century. Alan, they can't scream and yell. Best they can do is whisper loudly. That person whisper loudly to you?
No, but speaking of things being overdue, I left town without putting my rent in the box.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
That's not a euphemism, is it?
No, that's just like I've said it every month that I, for whatever reason, cannot remember to pay my rent because it's the only one that doesn't automatically come out of my thing. And I'm in Denver, the Denver area, Fort Collins, on, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, and someone commented on my Instagram, and they were like, do you think Bozo is still knocking on your door? And I was like, oh, no!
Mammy!
I had completely forgotten.
You gotta leave a town to get away from me!
So I sent him a text real quick, and I was like, hey, I had to leave town for work last minute. I know today, it was like the first
So
or the
he has
second.
texts. Bozo can get texts on his flip phone.
He has an iPhone. The text messages are blue.
Wow. That's
So-
Android, isn't it? Or am I
No, blue's iPhone.
Oh, green's Android. Okay.
So you have to pay a late fee?
No, I just sent him a text. I was like, hey, I had to leave town unexpectedly last minute. I'll be home. Monday, because this is before I switched my flight.
That's a likely story. You gotta come back an extra day late. You give a bozo the money and then you leave a town.
But I put it in the box today, and it was like, because he just texts back, no problem.
Next time something leaking in your apartment, don't count on bozo to fix.
I can't believe he doesn't have like Venmo or something.
He doesn't have anything.
He has an iPhone.
He does have an iPhone and a
We
couple
can have
nice
Venmo.
cars, but that made me, I was like, dang it, because I'm all the way out here. My mom went and checked on the cat, and I thought about asking her to write a check for me and drop it in there, but I'm like, it's too much. I'll just send a text. But he wasn't hounding me this morning. I did half expect to wake up to him knocking at 6 a.m. Like, you said it was going to be in there.
Hey, wake up! You got
Wake up in your face.
Wake up in your face and give me my money. These dungarees don't buy themselves. Yeah.
And the 5 Chinese brothers. Doesn't he deserve better? Look, if you think this is about overdue fines and missing books, you better think again. This is about that kid's right to read a book without getting his mind warped. Or maybe that turns you on, Seinfeld. Maybe that's how you get your kicks. You and your good time buddies. Well, I got a flash for you, Joy Boy. Party time is over. You got 7 days, Seinfeld. That is 1 week.
You got 1 week on them books.
So any Ohio resident can get a library card at any public library in Ohio.
There you go.
But they just need
'Cause
2
I have
forms of identification to confirm that you live in Ohio.
Because my library card is a Cuyahoga County library card.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah.
I got one of those. I got a Lakewood one. I got a Rocky River one. I'm all library carded
And they
up.
have an app, I think, Mary. Like, you can renew these things like online and pay fines
I'm
and
sure that I have
all this stuff.
$6 whole in fines.
You
by
got to
now.
tell Bozo to get with the program, by the way.
Dude, it's so frustrating where I'm like,
You can't be the only person in your building who feels that way. Everybody to a person probably feels that way in your building.
I'm the youngest person. There's only 4 other people in my building, and I'm the youngest by probably at least 20 years. So I'm sure they actually probably don't have a problem writing a check every month. But he owns multiple
Are you
properties.
sure that you're not living in a retirement community?
I might be, to be honest with you.
There was this story about some kid who accidentally moved into a retirement community for TikTok. I'm like, there's no way that's true. There's no way that's true.
They wouldn't let you.
That you accidentally moved into a retirement community. Like, you didn't read all the signs. You didn't see all the old people. You know,
the golf carts.
Yeah, right.
Golf carts.
Golf carts. All right, well. But he's happy. You got him his money.
Well, I don't know. I put it in before I left today. So, or no, actually, when I got home last night at like 11:30, I was like, so that way I don't forget before I go to work tomorrow.
You forgot to sign your check. I see what are you doing. You leave town. Try to get away from a bozo.
Because when I came home, my checkbook was like on the top of my dresser, and it's normally like tucked away in a little place. And I was like, maybe I did write it before I left. And then I like had to go through back to my bank account to look at the last check number that cleared and like compare it to where I was. I was like, no, I definitely didn't write one. I don't know what I was trying to
Just
remember.
text Bozo. Did I pay you? He'll text back immediately.
No.
No, you didn't. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. We've got texts, of course. And if you want to watch, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back after. Ring any bells?
Night Court, right?
Night Court! Starring the late, great Harry Anderson. You forget that he's dead.
I do forget that he's dead. That's a bummer.
And this hot actress, Karen Austin, who I think was in like the first season. She was on like Three's Company. And John Larroquette, Marsha Warfield, who I always thought was a really underrated comedian.
Yeah, they kind of talk about her in that...
Comedy Store documentary.
Comedy Store, and then I think Hysterical, too.
Oh, do they?
I think they talk about her. But she's very, very funny.
They are...
But in the Comedy Store, they give her like a whole segment, and it's great.
They are doing a Night Court sequel. They're bringing Night Court back.
Day Court.
Is Night Court still a thing?
I don't think so.
When I was in LA, I had to go to Night Court for like a traffic thing. I know like some like big cities had Night Court. Especially if you got charged with a felony or something, I think you had to appear in front of a judge. And so you'd have, like for traffic violations and things like that, you'd have guys working, you'd have cops who work night watch. And you're not going to work all night and then go to court all day and then go back to work that night. So, but I was curious if Night Court was still a thing.
Maybe in big cities. I don't think it is in Cleveland, though.
They're going to... bring Night Court back. John Larroquette is part of it. The blonde girl from The Big Bang, not Kaylee Cuoco, but the tiny one.
Oh,
Melissa Rauch.
Rauch, yeah.
She shot a movie here in Cleveland years ago. Is she?
I think she's cute.
She is going to play Harry Anderson's daughter in this. She'll play Abby Stone, who was Harry Stone's. Harry Anderson played Harry Stone on the show.
John Larroquette was on an episode of Parks and Rec, and it was hilarious.
His character,
awesome. He is very funny.
I think John Larroquette is dynamite. He had his own show for a while after Night Court, and I don't know what it did, but yeah, I think he's very good in things. He was in Stripes 100 years ago. He was like the Weasley guy in Stripes.
Got a job after the war. I worked at a grocery store for 38 years, and now here I am, completely unemployed.
Yeah, so John Larroquette's going to be back as Dan Fielding. That was his character. And they're bringing back Night Court. So, again, Marsha Warfield's one of those people that I always think died. But she didn't. I think Richard Mall died. Selma Diamond was the old lady on Night Court. She's been dead. Richard Mall is still alive. I'm sorry. I keep killing people off.
Love killing people.
I do.
He's Bull, right?
He was Bull, yeah. Marky Post was the DA. She was cute. But first season of Night Court, if you go back to that, there was this actress named Ellen Foley. Before Marky Post, they had Ellen Foley, who was mostly a singer. She sang on like Meatloaf albums and would do Broadway and stuff. And then she was an actress in some things too, and she was real cute. She like bleached blonde bangs, and, So Night Court, I feel like, is one of those shows that was really popular at the time, but you don't ever see it in reruns.
Yeah.
Unless maybe My TV or MeTV or Cozy is rerunning Night Court, but I never see Night Court.
It was
reruns.
It was a rerun heavy show in like the late 80s and early 90s.
Was it really?
Yeah, because that's where I would watch it. It was on. Like,
I guess you weren't watching it first run.
Yeah, I wasn't watching it first run, but I liked it. But yeah, shows like that. I want the Drew Carey show to start streaming somewhere, but they can't work out a deal because there's so much music in it that they can't afford to stream it anywhere. It's annoying.
Drew Carey show.
John Larroquette was in an episode of House that was really good. Somebody said, yeah, I've seen all those 100 times too.
Yeah, the John Larroquette show.
John Larroquette show.
That was a good show.
Yeah. By the way, and I haven't mentioned it because it didn't get to me right away, but for people who are asking me, there is a May code for CLE Clothing Company. April is over, May is here, and you know the old saying, April showers bring a new code for CLE Clothing Company. I believe that's
Is that a hint?
I don't know.
Because we like to guess.
Go ahead and guess.
I'm going to go flowers.
I didn't mean to do it like that, but Bill saw right through me. Flowers is your code for the month of May, so that'll give you 20% off whatever you want to get at CLE Clothing Company. I went through I have all of my WMMS t-shirts. I have hundreds of t-shirts. I have all of my WMMS wear in one drawer, so I can go through and see if I want to wear something. And goddamn, do we have a lot of t-shirts.
We have a lot of t-shirts.
And they're all great.
They're very nice.
So, for different seasons of sport, if you will. We built the city on rock and roll T-shirts, and they're always very timely and topical and whatever. And then there's a handful of evergreen shirts in there as well. So you can go to the Buzzard merch section at cleclothingco.com, but they have a lot of other great things there too. So the stores are open. You can go into those stores. If you check out in person, just use flowers as your code. If you do it online, of course, you want to use it there, and that'll get you 20% off whatever you get from them, no matter when you use it or how frequently.
Sunday night at my shows in Boulder, I had on our the classic looking buzzard one, just WMMS.
The baseball
and
tee?
yeah. And there was a guy who was like clapping really loud when I went on stage, and he came up to me afterward. He unzipped his hoodie, and he had on a CLE clothing T-shirt, just like the crossbones with the city, and then it says CLE on the chest right there. And I was like, oh, that's so great. He's like, I listen to the show all the time. I had no idea you were going to be here. So he ended up there on accident, but it was cool that he also had
That's really cool.
Yeah, CLE Clothing Company shirt. So very cool. People wear it all over. I feel like that's what it is.
All right, good. Well, it's an
like
iconic
gang.
It's an iconic brand, you know.
Right.
The Buzzard, known far and wide. Yeah, a buddy of mine works for a radio station in Boulder. It's been around a long time. KBCO is a big, like, I think the format is technically, it's called AAA.
Oh.
But it's like an adult alternative kind of station, you know?
They can use cusses.
No, you still have to abide by FCC regulations.
Well, it makes it adult.
But the music, it's like it's not pop punk kid alternative. It's kind of a misnomer, but that's what they call the format. So I don't know if there's a station like that around here.
Adult alternative.
There's a station in Akron called like The Vibe or the
Summit?
The Summit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Summit is probably the because don't they play like they play John Mayer, or they play Erykah Badu, or you know?
Yeah, they're just kind of a light rock station.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
No.
Dude.
We might not have a station like that around here then.
Just heard
we have
Erykah-
WXRT in Chicago.
Just heard Erykah Badu for the first time this weekend. One of the comics that
For
was
the
driving,
first
I had
time?
never heard her, and he was like, we got in
Get
the
out.
car, and he was like, I would ask you guys what you want to listen to, but I'm on a real Erykah Badu kick, and I was listening to it. I was like, man, this is incredible. And he's like, she's one of the best singers ever.
Baduism.
Yeah, it was great. It's just so weird that you mentioned that because I
You're
had
so
not.
white.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm working
I
on
get
it.
tired of your. You never buy me nothing.
Yeah,
Then
now
I got
everybody's
to
gonna
pay
wanna listen
your
to it.
rent.
Yeah.
Homeboy's
He's only
way.
half white, so you can take his word for
And
it.
sometimes your mama's way, they ain't never gonna be. Hang around in cars.
What are you singing? On and On? What are you singing?
It's
Mama's Gun?
Tyrone.
What?
Tyrone.
All right, I don't know every one of her songs.
That was
I
like
mean,
her. I wouldn't say her biggest hit.
Sorry,
No,
Miss
On and
Jackson
On.
about the relationship that they had?
Oh, Andre 3000 and Erykah Badu.
Erykah Badu.
Erykah Badu, about to tell you the truth. Oh God, Erykah Badu.
Why don't you open your mouth when you sing?
That's how she sings.
She actually is. He's not far off.
Yeah, she sounded like she smoked a pound of ganj before she went on
Shut
stage.
up, Bill. She hides blunts in her her
vagina.
No, she hides them in her like hat. That she has big long dreads.
She's got that big old it's like a Sikh wrap.
I was gonna
or
say the
something.
beehive that Amy Winehouse had has nothing on her beanie cap.
Hey, Kurt.
Yo.
Hey, what's
going on, guys?
Hi, Kurt.
Hey, yeah, you know what? Every morning I catch Night Court. It's on Laugh TV.
Nice.
Like antenna TV. You can catch it on, I think it's like channel 5.3.
Let me guess. They spell it with two F's.
Yeah.
I knew it. It's a Laugh TV. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I mean, it's still out. They're still pumping them out there from the reruns.
That's what's great about if you have an antenna. All those digital side channels now are great. You don't even really need cable anymore, you know?
If you're just looking for dumb things to watch, like they have, like Buzzer's one you can pick up on some antennas.
Bounce TV. So you're saying, Kurt, that every morning you watch Night Court?
Yeah, it's on Monday through Friday. When I get up in the morning, I usually leave my TV on at night, and it's always on that station when I get up.
Rest of us dummies are going, I don't think Night Court's been on for a long time. And here comes Kurt. He's like, it's on every morning, jack off. I watch it.
Every morning.
Every morning. Okay, thank you, Kurt. There's Kurt. Laugh TV. Okay. So
do they have an app? And can I record it?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I want to wake up. I want to watch Night Court, but I don't think I want to have to wake up early and like plan my morning around Night Court.
You don't want to plan your whole morning around Night Court?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay.
And also, I can never get those antennas to give me like a decent signal. I always pick up like one channel.
Yeah, I think I bought one a few years ago, and they were like, "Oh, you'll get all that." And I put it up, and I was like, "This stinks." So there are people that do it. There's a way to do it, and I was probably too dumb to figure it out.
The one that's like on the roof and then like wired through your house, and then it works pretty well.
Oh, I see.
On I bought that Vizio TV last year, and it's like the smart TV and this, that, and the other, and they have
turn your camera off
on the TV.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was one.
Oh, yeah. They look at you. They get your
Shut
date.
up.
I'm serious.
Are you being 100%
I have a
real?
Vizio TV. I went right in, turned the camera off.
I didn't even know that was an option.
Yeah.
Where is it? On the TV?
You go into your settings and like
No,
the
where's
options.
the camera?
It's probably, well, yours might not have it, but I know those Vizio TVs, that was a big thing for a while because they're real good TVs and they're affordable.
Yeah.
But people were like, turn off the camera.
Oh my
'Cause
God.
it tracks what you watch and all, so.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Does it like watch your facial expressions?
Well, again, I don't think that it rises.
Is that what you're worried about?
Yeah. Like, I don't know that it can see.
It saw me cry so many times.
Right, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
That's creepy.
Why were you masturbating to Ponderosa reruns? No, I don't know that it rises to the level of conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
But it's a thing. Television tracks what you watch.
Yeah, I knew
and
that.
not only through, clicking the channels. So, not every television has, but I think Vizios do.
Okay.
There's a
well,
setting. If you go into the menu in your settings, there's a thing for like, I forget what it's called, but it's like some visual tracker or something.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, definitely have to look into that. But they have like what's called like Vizio free channels, and it's only a handful of channels, but those types of channels always pop up on there where it's just like reruns of old shows, and you're like, who is
there's,
watching this?
Fubi and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
My mom likes those channels. Like, I'm getting all these free shows, and I'm like, well, that's great. She's always so excited about it. She
Yeah.
loves a deal. She loves like winning contests and stuff
I
like
think
that.
that Buzzer is on there.
Yeah, Buzzer's great.
Game show, but it's never the game shows I want to watch. It's not like Family Feud and like
No.
Whammy. It's like Card Sharks and.
What's the matter with Card Sharks?
Nothing's wrong.
Remember
with
Chain
Card Sharks.
Reaction?
I am so good at Chain Reaction.
Love Chain Reaction, boy. That's
I
a
love
great
that
one.
show.
Which one was that?
Where they give you a word, and then so they give you like 10 words,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to connect them from top to bottom. So the first word will be
Oh.
like good, and then they'll show you the next letter is L, so it's like good luck, and then luck whatever, and so they
So
all
it's like a
connect
saying
down.
almost?
Kind of, yeah. It's like each word connects to the other one. You know.
Somebody said, let's do Wheel of Fortune vertically. And then that became Chain Reaction.
Right, yeah.
No, on your Vizio television, they got in trouble for this a few years ago. On your Vizio TV, there's a thing that'll say viewing data. Just turn it to
data.
off.
Okay.
They had to pay millions of dollars about 3 or 4 years ago because they had been monitoring viewing habits without people's consent for years on Vizio television. So most companies, I think, do this. They just got caught.
Yeah.
So they had to kick out a few $1 million, which
Viewing
that's like
data.
walking around money if you're Vizio, but still, yeah.
Dang. Well.
Let's see if my Roku TV's been recording me.
Who was the Chain Reaction host?
Oh, he had a little mole on his face. I thought he was so cute. I don't remember his name. He was a short guy, brown hair.
Short guy.
I
Dylan
love-
Lane?
Maybe that sounds right.
No. Yeah, Dylan Lane, I think, is the guy's name.
Nathan Lane's son.
No, but Bill Cullen is the guy I remember because they brought it back for Game
Oh,
Show
I
Now.
didn't
You're
know
probably
that.
watching the new one.
I was watching the new one.
Yeah, the old one because I'm old. The one in the 70s, it was, I think Bill Cullen was the guy that hosted it.
I was watching. I
was
had
like 10 years old.
I had like a day-old sandwich out of the fridge, and I was watching Family Feud at like 2 a.m. And I was like, "Comedy's back, baby!" Like
Comedy's back.
Just so tired and sitting in my hotel room eating old food. And I was like, "Yeah, this is what it's all about."
New Family Feud or like old reruns?
Steve Harvey.
Oh, yeah.
New Family Feud.
They've had a lot of hosts on that show.
But the questions are getting so specific.
And they're really risque now.
Well, yeah,
Or
definitely.
not the questions aren't, but the answers, they let
Yeah.
the answers get all kind of
For sure.
All over the place, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you get those viral moments on that show, though.
Sure. Yeah.
And then him staring at the like, I can't believe you said.
I can't believe you
boobies.
said penis. What? Hey, Larry.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Not much, man. I just wanted to comment about those antennas.
Yeah.
They have the HD digital antennas out that you just plug right into where the cable would go. And you just auto-program your TV with air antenna, and you get everything. I mean, 3, 5, 8, 19...
I must have been doing it wrong, because what I did is I hooked my Fire Stick into the rabbit ears. Okay.
He's
I
know how to work it.
Larry's like, this guy's a real moron. He's
in my building. It's hard to get a signal though.
Oh.
That's how they get everybody in the building to buy like the same cable system or whatever.
Yeah, we're a
I lived
Cox
in a building like that. Yep. They're like, oh, if you want to see anything, you got to get the cable that's in the building. Like, okay.
There's only one cable available in my entire area. Super aggravating.
Is it Bozo TV?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta watch the shows I like. It'd be funny if
Welcome to the car, the sharks.
if you turn on your TV and it's just whatever he's watching in the building.
It's like a live stream of his television.
As he's watching it. You're like, I don't want to watch Polish soap operas.
I know.
Come on, man.
Or it's just like a CCTV live feed of him mowing the lawn, and like black and white with no sound, and just like, what is this? All out of focus.
Hey,
what happens when you don't pay your rent?
Would it kill you to tip me? Right corner of your screen.
Tip your landlord.
Tip your landlord. That's right. Google says Vizio doesn't have cameras in their smart TVs. Well, they track what you watch, is the point, and they got into a lot of trouble for that. So it might, some of them do have the cameras in them, but all of them track what you watch if you don't turn that off.
I don't. What's a?
To sell you stuff.
Invasion? Oh, okay.
Everything is tracked to sell you things.
Right.
It's all
and
any companies
programs
want to
and stuff like
yeah.
that.
All
Yeah.
right.
And
I'll
again,
go look at it.
if I'm telling it what I like, and it's recommending things to me, it's no different than if a person I know recommends things to me.
Right.
Right?
Sure.
I appreciate the recommendation. I might not watch it.
Probably won't watch it.
Probably won't watch it. But whatever. You know? Power went out the other night for, it must have been just a few minutes, but I wouldn't have even known it if Alexa hadn't started yelling in the middle of the night about how she couldn't find the Wi-Fi connection. I have a panic fart jumping out of bed because Alexa starts talking in the living room. What the hell's going on around here?
What is she? She's just like, no Wi-Fi. What is she?
Yeah, unable to connect to Wi-Fi, please. And then she's like giving you the instructions how to do it on the app.
Oh, that's
like it's 3 a.m, man. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that the power had gone out and then come back on.
Are Alexas battery powered, or is she plugged into?
You
the
plug
wall?
them in.
Okay, I didn't know.
Maybe some of them are battery powered, but I think that they're all hardwired.
So when it went out, she came back on
Yeah.
and couldn't find the Wi-Fi and
Nope.
was like, "Yo, AC, you better wake up right now."
Well, she didn't call me by name,
Oh.
but yeah. Hey, host of the Alan Cox Show on the iHeartRadio app, you better wake up because the power's out. Not going to be able to blow out that alarm. It is May the 4th, too, so that's why there's all these. It's a big day for Star Wars fans. Somebody sent me the Darth Brooks parody, so thank you for that. It's so stupid. It's funny. Yeah. I guess it really writes itself, but thank you to whoever sent me that.
Did you ever end up listening to the My Own Worst Enemy, the country version?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God,
didn't
it's
yet.
so good. It's that Alex Melton guy that does like all the Blink-182 sounding
Yeah,
covers.
that's what you said.
And he does a country version of Lit's My Own Worst Enemy, and it is fantastic. It sounds better as a country song.
Really?
Because
coming from someone who doesn't like country at all.
right, but I was listening to it and I had the windows down and I was having a merry experience.
Yes!
Where I'm listening
It's
to
warm and you're
yeah,
partying.
like
I love this.
Just goes to show you how interchangeable music is, too.
Oh, absolutely. And the
There's only
lyrics.
so many chords.
Can't we forget about the things I said when I was drunk?
Yes!
I didn't mean to call you that. Well, I can't remember what was said or what you threw your me.
It's the voice.
It's the voice, but keep going.
You can take any song and do that voice, and you've got a country hit on your hands.
But this song, the lyrics of this song go well with country.
Lend themselves to the genre.
They absolutely do.
Well, there you go.
Isn't that fantastic?
That's so good. That's so good.
And that's all it took to get Bill Squire into country music.
Hey, it just works. It works as a country song, and I knew all the words. So I was like, I think they got me.
What song can you transform? Like, what modern song can you transform into like a country song?
Any song.
Yeah.
Any song.
I mean, that's
like
what he does.
Queen,
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
He
That's
does a
my
bunch
best
of that
friend.
stuff.
and I get high with my baby.
That's good.
Let me take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. Next chance to grab some money is around 4:30, and then at 5:30, 6:30, we'll have those keywords for you, help you go fund yourself. You can listen to the show anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks. Send lots of money.
Economic impact payments.
Eventually.
216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. To join us live, 35192 to text. A lot of people dug that country version of My Own Worst Enemy by Lit.
It's real good.
But they were offering a lot of lyric changes or lyric, my truck
punch-up.
is in the front yard.
Yeah.
Sleeping with my cousin instead of clothes on. I might be in there. I didn't mean to call you fat instead of that. A couple of people pointing out, too, that Lit pretty much went full-on country.
Oh, really?
They moved
I didn't know they were doing anything.
They moved to Nashville a few years ago and ended up with a #1 song on country music television. This is what a lot of artists and bands do because Nashville got so hot. And there were so many clubs there, pre-pandemic, obviously. If you had just moved to Nashville in, let's say, January of last year to seek your fame and fortune, you'd be a tough time. I had some friends that are artists and left Nashville because there's just nowhere for them to play. I had a friend and his wife that were living in Los Angeles, and they moved to Nashville because he's doing radio. He's like, I can do it from anywhere. He's still on the show back in L.A., but he's doing it from Nashville.
Steve Byrne just moved there.
He moved to Nashville?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know that. Yeah, a lot of people moving to Nashville.
Bunch of comics did. They went to Nashville and Austin. That's kind of the new comedy hubs.
The song Lit had a couple years ago was called Fast, #1 on CMT.
Life's 105 on an interstate flight, a jet black ride, running red lights.
I mean, these guys were always a little bit, they had a rockabilly vibe, so there was always like a lot of Vegas imagery, and so it was just a couple of notches to the right for them to do this.
They sound like a grungier Florida Georgia line.
Grungier?
Like a gravelier Florida Georgia line.
the guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Lit.
Wow.
I didn't know about the music video for their song Miserable.
Oh, yeah.
Where they're,
You make me completely miserable.
Yeah, and it's Pam Anderson. Like, they're just playing on her butt, and it's great.
Yeah.
And I had no idea about that. I'm like, why wasn't this the most popular music video?
Lit was a fun band about 20 years ago. They did a couple festivals that we did in Pittsburgh, and they were a lot of fun. They were nice guys. Their drummer ended up getting like a brain tumor and dying, though, so that really kind of put them in a weird spot. But it was a couple of brothers in that band, and they had a pretty decent run. Lit actually has been part of Art Alexakis of Everclear, with whom I had a long-standing feud. He does this thing not every year, but he's been doing this tour called the Summerland Tour, where he just gets a bunch of other bands from the early aughts and sends them out. And Lit did that a few years ago, Sugar Ray, and think about all of the 1 or 2 hit wonders from about that 95 to 2003 span, and they go out. And
that's my sweet spot.
I know it is. That's why I mentioned it, because Everclear has announced the return of the Summerland Tour this year with Living Color.
Oh, really? That's out of character.
Yeah. Hoobastank.
Nice.
Which is your bullseye for this kind of tour. And Wheatus. Remember Wheatus?
Yeah, Teenage Dirtbag.
Teenage Dirtbag. So what do you do after you do the
Wheatus with Zebra Head?
What do you do after you play the one and only song everyone knows? Then what do you do? Hey,
well, you don't play it first, that's what.
Right. Yeah, that's how you close up the show.
You do a couple covers, you do some other things that kind of sound like that song.
Do you have to pay to perform a cover in a concert?
In a concert? I don't think so.
To record it,
I think if you record it and sell it, yeah.
I always wondered about that. Like, what if someone was like pissed? Like, you can't play my song. That's my song.
Well, I think anyone who wants to get litigious can. Whether or not they will win is another thing. I think if a band covers a song at a show, I don't think anybody would sue them for that. Now, if they were committed to a recording and sell it, that's another thing altogether.
What about cover bands that are like going out and doing like full sets of band songs?
There is a band, we talked about this in college about like copyright laws and stuff like that, and there's a band called Girl Talk. And they have they've been in and out of like litigation for artists all the time, and they somehow
that was over samples. Girl Talk's a guy from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Well, they were it's not just samples, but like they literally will take a song and don't change it, and then just like put like Girl Talk over it, and then put it on an album, and somehow they slide through the cracks because they say it's not public domain.
Fair use.
Fair use. Yeah. They argue fair use.
Well, I mean, there's a band called Bad Fish. that has made a living over the past 20 years covering Sublime. This band makes about $1 million a year because people miss Sublime, and this is the band that really kind of got to it first. So I don't know if they had some kind of deal with maybe the estate of the band. I don't know anything about those things. But Art Alexakis has been sending out this Summerland tour for the better part of a decade, and they're going to kick it off in July. You will have to go to Cincinnati to see this iteration of it. They're not coming to Cleveland unless they announce dates some
Later.
other time. But yeah, they'll play Cincinnati on July the 15th. But I would go for Living Colour. One of the only 2 times I saw the Rolling Stones was first time I was in high school because Living Colour was opening for them because Mick Jagger had produced their first album. I'm a huge Living Colour fan, and so
me too. Homie, don't play that. Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, it's just so many good ones. The movie reviewers. Mm-hmm.
Bill, that's in Living Colour?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about...
It's weird that they're doing a rock tour, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Right, yes. You've got to broaden your horizons is what you're trying to say.
The Fly Girls are so hot.
Oh, J-Lo.
J-Lo was
early
one of them,
J-Lo, yeah. So anyway, J-Lo and Marlon Wayans are going out. Keenan is going out on the Summerland tour. No, I saw Living Colour in probably 1988. I was still in high school, and they were opening for the Rolling Stones on the Steel Wheels tour. And I only wanted to go because of Living Colour. And a buddy of mine goes, well, you're going to stay and watch the Rolling Stones, aren't you? And I go,
I guess so.
I guess I will. And he goes, you got to stay and see the Rolling Stones. And I go, okay. I mean, it was pretty good.
The Stones.
And then, yeah, because he's like, this is a band you have to see. You've got to go see the Rolling Stones or hang out for the Rolling Stones. I don't even know if Steel Wheels was one of their best tours. But Living Colour is fantastic.
Cult of Personality is in Guitar Hero 3, and it is very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you have to play along with the little clips?
No.
Of like Malcolm X and FDR?
No, there's nothing
There's
in
no,
there.
there's no,
Do you hear
okay.
any guitar?
I did like the people, misheard lyrics. The people who thought he said, I need a cough drop. I need a cough drop. That didn't enjoy that. Unfortunately, this is the only song that ever gets any play from them anymore, but great song.
This part's pretty easy. It's the solo.
Oh, the guitar solo is the hard part?
Would you
that
guess?
Tracks.
Would you guess?
Yeah. Vernon Reid, who's like all over the place. Yeah, that makes sense. I just remember being at a friend's house, and he had MTV on, and the video for this came out. It was like the summer after junior year in high school, and I see this dude with dreads in like a body glove surf suit. I'm like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. There's no black guys playing heavy metal. You kind of had Fishbone. You kind of had... Man, you didn't have much. Did not have much. And then, so Living Colour is going out with Everclear, and one of the stranger matchups that I've seen. But again, I think that this is going to be a summer of weird tours because everybody wants to get back out. And so based on what your scheduling is and when you can go out and get everybody to... Like I saw Styx has Collective Soul opening for them.
That's a wild tour.
Styx and Collective Soul. I mean, before the pandemic, Bush was opening for Nickelback. So I'm like, wow, it's going to be more of that. It's going to be like, Florida-Georgia line with Danzig. And people are going to go, all right, I'll go.
Screw it.
Yeah. What do I care?
Well, maybe you're just making more fans. Some weird crossover, and people are like, okay, I'm into it a little bit.
It's okay. I mean, Glenn Danzig's always had a
Styx and
twang to
Collective
him.
Soul are both basically classic rock now, so he just falls under that umbrella. You go, I just want to go hear some music.
I guess so.
But that is a weird one.
Yeah.
I do like Collective Soul, though.
Now that bands are going back on tour, I feel bad for the people who, don't have as much clout as they thought they did. Like, there's going to be people that, hey, we're finally going back on tour. Like, we're releasing, our tour dates. And then their tickets aren't booked because there's so many everyone's going on tour at the same time.
Well, that's probably what this is that some bands that maybe could sell tickets on their own before, now they can't.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going back out.
Yeah,
but there's also people trying to get a jump on it, too. So I feel like this Summerland tour is getting a jump. They're not opening the giant venues yet.
Well, I'm just saying, like, people, like, example, like The Weeknd. He was planning his 2022 tour back in 2020. He's like, I'm just going to put it out there. I want people to know. I'm selling tickets in advance.
Yeah.
So, like, the big artists, they're trying to get their paper. They're trying to have money guaranteed. And some of them already have tours lined up that were, like, stopped. So...
Alan, if anyone should get sued for covering a song, it's Puddle of Mud.
Ugh.
And it is a good point.
I thought he was going to say me.
Hope someone's lawyering up as we speak.
Easy friend, I do, with the head to hand, I do, make you fit this shoe, I do, but you have a clue, take it, then it's wrong, you hang me out to dry, I can see you every night, rain, I do.
Still unclear as to what he was trying to accomplish.
He's
Unclear as to what
he's just feeling it, man.
In the moment.
Just feeling it.
All right. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You're always free to leave us a message there. Doesn't have to be after hours. It certainly can be. 216-986-8903. Oh, hold on. I still got my Living Color playing. Hold on.
Hey, Alan. I'm a podcast listener. Monday's show was not available on the podcast until a little while ago. So this morning, I was watching the show on YouTube. My wife comes out in the living room and was absolutely shocked to find that Bill Squire is white. I don't know if Bill's ever heard this before, but she thought this whole time of me listening to the podcast that Bill was black. So, not sure what to do with that info, but she said she's going to continue to think of him as a black guy.
She's a simple bitch.
And wanted you guys to know. All right, bye.
All right.
Have you heard that before?
I have.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't you? I just played the call. He
No,
just
I
heard
know
it.
that. I meant like before that. If you've gotten that in the past.
That's a guy talking about Bill.
They think he's black, and yet they think I'm completely white. They're like, oh, I expected you to be...
Well, we're just putting everybody on, turning things all around on them. They think I'm black. You think you're white.
They think I'm funny.
They think I'm you guys.
Hey.
Bro, what are you doing, bro? My name's Alan Cox. Oh, my God.
Can you make me sound more black, please?
That's just my voice because I'm so low it makes my nose cramp up.
It makes my nose cramp up. Oh, boy, you certainly don't want a cramping nose.
I'm very good at impressions.
What do you think? Is it about your timbre that makes more than one person think you're a black dude?
I have no idea, because I've never thought of myself that way whatsoever.
I think it's just his wokeness on social issues.
That's got nothing to do with the quality of his voice, which is what the caller was referring to.
I don't know. I don't know what it is about my voice, but I think just people, maybe it's just what I talk about. I think it'd probably be more about what I talk about, but then also I don't feel like I don't know. I don't feel like I try to represent myself as something I'm not. I think people will make up their own mind based on their preconceived notions.
White boy Bill over here doing it again.
Guy. White boy Summer, all right?
All right.
White boy Summer Squire.
Yeah. Alan, Stephanie sent me a letter and a photo. Bill was right yesterday. You are giving people too much credit for the driving. I couldn't fathom that people were stopped on train tracks. I'm like, how do cars ever get hit by trains? And everybody told me that I can't win around here, right?
Yeah.
When I'm realistic and when I'm normally in my cynical way, people think I'm being a prick. Then when I'm a glass half full guy, everybody thinks I'm being a moron. I can't win around here.
You know, we're on a gray area, that's all.
I live in Cuyahoga Falls. We have a main train track that runs through the city. Several trains go through day and night, and it's right by the on-ramp to Route 8. So we've had several people turn onto the tracks thinking that they're turning onto the highway.
I have seen that happen because I used to live by there.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about, but she sent me a photo for reference, and there's a couple of cars sitting on the train track waiting to turn.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
Well, but again,
stuck. Yeah.
If you look down the track and don't see a train, because they put the lights flash and they
Not
put
always though. They don't always have gates.
In most cases, where there is a gate, the lights flash and the gate goes down way in advance of the train. It's not like the gate goes down and goes right past you. And if there's no gate, I would think it would make sense as a sentient human being behind the wheel of a car to look down the track and make sure there's nothing.
Again,
so I still
giving
don't.
people
I know.
too much credit.
I guess so. But everybody knows when they're in their car that they could potentially die, whether it's them hitting something. I mean, you do know that in the back of your brain.
Think about that all the time.
And so, it just surprises me that, listen, nobody wants to go out that way. You hear about people, we've all read stories of somebody who got killed because their car got stuck on the track and they didn't get out of the car because they were trying to start their car. Get out of the car. The car's a loss, all right? The train's going to hit it.
I think when you're in that panic mode, though, that might not be something you're thinking. You're like, I'm in this vessel. Cars are faster than people. Let me get my car going.
It's literally called fight or flight.
Yeah.
And you ain't going to fight a train, so flee.
Maybe they did. They squared up. Bob and weave.
Come on, man. So,
Stick and move, as Rick would say.
So this is how dumb people are, Stephanie says. And so I'm giving people too much credit. Again, I don't even see it as me giving people credit because I'm certainly not down with that. It's just a matter of just on a reptilian brain level. I can't imagine somebody sitting there on the train tracks with a train even remotely bearing down on you and going, I can beat it. This is going to work out great. No issues here. But again, I guess I'm wrong in that regard.
Oh my God! Woo! Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
That guy was killed 30 seconds after that. He's no longer with us.
How'd he die?
Huh?
How'd he die?
That guy tripped over the train track.
Hit his head?
Yeah. He hit his head on the steel rail, and then as he was sitting up and shaking his head, and he had a crown of bluebirds and stars, then the train ran him over. But initially, it was that I think he got concussed. Hey, Woody.
It's bluebirds or stars. You can't do both.
There's no bluebirds and stars? Maybe I was thinking of Lucky Charms. Hey, Woody.
Ellen.
Yes, sir.
How's your day, brother?
So far, so good.
You were just talking about a caller called in that said that Bill sounded black.
Yes, and Bill said that's not the first time he's heard that.
I don't know if there's that resonance or tone that gives him that blackish vocal tone, and I can't really see it.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't understand it, but I've heard it a few times.
I mean, you definitely don't sound like Rick, if that's what we're going for. Rick's got a thing all his own.
No one sounds like Rick.
No.
Right. But I'm Irish. I'm Irish as a live long day. But I found out through genealogy that I'm half black, but only from the waist down.
I knew that was coming.
Yay! Okay, listen, I've got to. So you're only Irish from the waist up, Woody?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Don't wear shorts around cops.
All right. Thank you, Woody. There you go. Saw that one coming like a train a half a mile down the track.
But we couldn't get out of the car.
Couldn't get out of the car. We were desperate to get out of this car, and we couldn't do it until Woody bore down on us with all of his might, with his half-Irish ass coming down the train track. I thought he was telling us a little story there. I didn't know that he was going to go in that direction. I didn't know he was going to whip something on us from 1945, however old that joke is. I've got a break. You got $1,000 coming your way, by the way. That's bearing down on you right around 4:30. Another keyword that could get you $1,000. And go fund yourself, so listen for that. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, Machine Gun Kelly has announced he's going to do a hometown show in December at the Romo Fijo. The tickets to my Downfall tour, just like every other tour, postponed. And so he's going to hit the road again this fall. Play the show downtown Saturday, December the 18th. The tickets are on sale at livenation.com. These two for you. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Another $1,000 for you in minutes at 4:30. It's the next chance for you to go fund to yourself $1,000 with each one of these keywords that we give you. You have about a dozen chances every weekday to win through the end of this month. So there are plenty more keywords coming your way. 3 more on this show today, here at 4:30 and then 5:30 and 6:30. Indians over the Royals last night. Royals are killing it this season. Indians did them 2 better. 8-6 was the final. And so they get another crack at him tonight. It's the second of 4 in Kansas City. So 8:10 is your start here on WMMS. Cavaliers are in town to play Larry Nance and the Phoenix Suns. That is a 7 o'clock game. He played for the Suns, I think.
He did.
7 o'clock game tonight on the iHeartRadio app and WTAM 1100. So Zydrunas Ilgauskas versus Charles Barkley on the floor of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse tonight. If you listen on iHeartRadio to this show from outside Northeast Ohio, tell me where you do that. Jason is a new listener in McKinney, Texas. He requested a pink pin on the bureau chief map, and I happily obliged. I think that's for his niece. But Jason's in McKinney, which is a bit north of Dallas. Mark is a new listener in Bailey, Colorado. Joe is in Atlanta. And Michelle listens in Atlantic, Pennsylvania. So thanks. Anyone in need of Alan Cox Show stickers can always shoot me a quick email. Hey, Steve.
Hey, everybody.
What's going on?
I had just heard that you were talking about cars on tracks, and I don't mean to perpetuate the conversation, but I couldn't help. My old man told me a story of when he was fresh out of college at the University of Akron, and it sounds like a Dukes of Hazzard kind of situation. He was with his buddy, and he's down in Wayne County, is where he's from, and they don't have those gates. They just have the lights. And so there's a road that runs parallel to the tracks, and he and his buddy raced a train, and they were just able to barely scoot by it as he turned left to cross the tracks.
Wow.
So the lights were going, and he knew it, and he thought, oh, this would be a great idea, and they just pulled a Dukes of Hazzard and just raced a train.
Now, did they have a trunk full of... Was there any chance they had a trunk full of explosive bows and arrows, by the way?
I don't know that much, but he did say that they had a few cases in the back.
We're playing with fire if the bow is also explosive.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Bows and explosive arrows, I should have said. Hey, this whole thing exploded in my hands. How did we live past 30 under these conditions? But so your dad, he raced a train and he emerged victorious, Steve, is what you're saying.
Indeed. And I'll tell you what, right afterwards, he said, like, he turned to his buddy and he said, let's never do that again. Because in the moment, you're like, oh, this is a really good idea. This is going to be very fun. But when you kind of hear it go past your tailgate and it got that close, they just kind of looked at each other. They hit the brakes on the other side and they said, never again.
Yeah, sure. When you get home and change your shorts.
Yeah, I don't think I would think it's very fun at any moment. I wouldn't. There's not one part in my life where I'd be like, well, this will be fun.
But I bet your dad, but he was a young man and he's ready to, I bet your dad drank for free on that story for a long time, Steve.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, right. Thanks, man.
Thank you guys so,
Thank you.
Guys so much.
All right, there's Steve out there in Broadview Heights, story of his dad racing a train and not dying. That's the best part of those stories, the not dying part. I mentioned the Indians. The Seattle Mariners, by the way, have announced that they will vaccinate any fans at their park who want to be vaccinated. Nice. They will vaccinate fans during games. The first team in Major League Baseball, the Seattle Mariners, will make the COVID-19 vaccines available to any fans attending games at T-Mobile Park. In partnership with the city of Seattle and their football club, who are also doing the same thing.
The Sounders?
Yeah, the Sounders. I think Drew Carey is a part owner of that team.
I think so, too.
And this smells more like a way to get some free press for the Sounders than for the Mariners, but whatever. The Kraken should be doing this just to get people...
get people hyped about NHL hockey in Seattle.
Hyped about hockey
Sounders
in Seattle.
I know too much about sounding for me to enjoy the team name Sounders.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wow, that just made me tingle. I don't like that.
I don't either. That's why I don't like the name. I don't cheer for them.
Don't say that word.
I mean, I hope FC after Sounders stands for football club. It's named for something else. But nevertheless, this is going to be ongoing and available at all Mariners home games until further notice. So I've got a handful of bureau chiefs in the Seattle-Tacoma greater metropolitan area. So if you're planning on going to a Mariners game, you can walk right up near the left field foul pole, section 105, and the boardwalk at the 300 level. They'll be administered by Seattle Fire and EMS.
I would prefer they are administered by the mascot.
Who is the Mariners mascot?
I don't know. I feel
That's
like
a
it's
good
a green
question.
guy.
Mariners mascot is the Mariner Moose.
There it is.
Isn't a mariner a fish?
A mariner is a person who's out on the sea. Why it's a moose, maybe as a nod to Canada? I mean,
there's probably moose around that area, right?
Sure there are, but it doesn't seem to jibe with you get the alliteration, which is obviously part and parcel of any successful mascot, like the Cleveland Indians slider. But Mariner Moose, they've got Bernie Brewer in Milwaukee, and they've got the Philly Fanatic, one of the most famous mascots, the San Diego Chicken, and Mr. Met they've got in New York at Citi Field. Now, granted, the St. Louis Cardinals, when I used to be on in St. Louis, we had to talk about the Cards all the time. Their mascot is called Fred Bird, because a cardinal is a red bird. And I guess in a board meeting they said, let's put an F on the front of this. Fred Bird. So,
I kind of prefer I like the sliders and the Philly Fanatic where they're just a monster. Just like a fun monster.
Like Gritty.
Yeah, Gritty's a great mascot.
Yeah, I don't want anything that even remotely, in Pittsburgh we had the Pirate Parrot. That's fine, but it's harmless. I want something that looks like if it got upset, everyone
things could go wrong.
Things could go terribly wrong. Yes,
Gritty definitely has that vibe.
Right, like something that doesn't necessarily resemble an actual animal. The San Diego Padres their mascot is the Swinging Friar, because the Padres is shorthand for like a man of the cloth, right? And so their mascot is a guy with like one of those Friar Tuck haircuts in like a robe and a bat. Like, that's not a mascot. You want something that looks like it could kill you. And usually that takes...
Or protect you. I like
I can take care of myself.
Like, where the wild things are monsters make good mascots.
There you go.
Throw them out there. And have them all be voiced by James Gandolfini.
I mean, the Utah Jazz have the Jazz Bear. The Jazz Bear. We have Benny the Bull at home in Chicago. The Orlando Magic have Stuff the Magic Dragon, which I like a lot.
Cavs have Moondog, and they have
Moondog.
Sir Cece and Whammer.
Yeah.
Got 3.
We never have too many.
Whammer's a polar bear.
Oh.
Which makes sense because
Cleveland.
we're not
Right.
near the polar ice cap.
Well, we have a beach.
We are. Yeah.
And, right.
Snow cones here.
Not to be confused with the Whammer Jammer, that's Peter Wolf.
Yes.
And the Jay Giles Band. So, anyway, whatever. Seattle Mariners. By the way, New Hampshire, for those of the people and we do have people there too, New Hampshire is the first state to reach a 60% vaccination level.
Good for them.
That's like 8 people in New
I was going to say, their population is like 1 million, maybe. They got like probably just as many people as Alaska.
Again, I'm not conducting the census here. I'm just telling you. I mean, it's for any state, irrespective of the number of people they had there, for any state to even approach that level of vaccination is good.
But I'm just
because we're at a very high unvaccinated rate in this country.
It's like a county.
There are more than 12 people in the state of New Hampshire, right? I mean, so if you get 60%, I don't know how many people are in the state of New Hampshire.
2/10.
Right. I don't. So population of New Hampshire is 1.5 million people live in the state of New Hampshire.
Great.
So
a little bit more than Alaska.
The entire population of New Hampshire is about half of the Cleveland metropolitan area.
900,000 is 60%.
So you've got a lot. There you go. So they've got 900,000 people vaccinated there in the state of New Hampshire.
Patrice O'Neill would be like, that don't count.
So, I think big picture, it would behoove us to help Canada get vaccinated. They have a much lower vaccination rate than we do. I think it would help to find a way to get more of the red states vaccinated.
Well, Florida just took out their mask mandates. So
I know, but I mean,
it's not going to work.
Again, there are ways that you can get people who, they call them vaccine hesitant, which is a nice way of calling them what they really are. But, you try to be diplomatic.
It's population control, and they're going to make that vaccine's going to make us infertile.
Who's this us, white man? I'm not worried about being infertile.
Well, me neither.
Are you worried about being infertile?
No.
Well, then who's this us?
I'm just saying, when I lose my virginity, then I don't have to wear a condom.
We could use a few generations of infertility.
Agreed. If this is what we're dealing with as far as the public goes. So that's what New Hampshire's looking at, and that's what they're doing. I've got money here for you. It's $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. A chance for you to grab some money. Somebody wins every single time. So good luck here. I hope you win.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword PAY at WMMS.com. That's PAY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
There is a high school closer to Cincinnati. They just elected a lesbian couple to the prom king and queen. Hey. And a lot of people are kind of high-fiving over this, but as you might suspect,
there's people that are upset. Oh, my goodness.
There are people who have absolutely nothing to do with it, who are none too pleased. Some parents in the school district. This is in Warren County, Ohio. This is King's High School or something. Annie Wise and Riley Loudermilk were voted prom king and queen, respectively. 2 girls, been together for a while. And, even if you think prom court is silly, it is voted on by the students.
Right.
Unless you hack a computer system.
There's no evidence to suggest that that's what happened here. But the people in charge are like, look, the student body are very, these are the people that they wanted for this. And they're happy.
Gay.
They're happy that they were able to be open-minded about it. But as is always the case, it's the parents who always have the issue with these kinds of things.
Of knowledge and understanding, their strength to stand up for what they believe in.
Sorry, but I believe that there are still 2 genders, a male and a female.
2 of the many opinions voiced at last night's King's local school district board.
I don't think she meant gender, but she doesn't really know. She's
also, but if the students voted on it, why do they care? It's not an official position. It's a prom court.
Well,
it's an elected position.
This is what I thought. In Cincinnati, prom king and queen do operate in a kind of civic monarchy. So they have.
Yes. Is that what makes them the Queen City?
They vote on infrastructure, and it's a very complex situation. So Right.
I don't care about anything in that city other than their bad chili and how they need to fix it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Cincinnati. I know it's across the river from Kentucky, and that tells me all I need to know.
Stop worrying about some prom and fix your chili. Get the cinnamon out of it. Make your spaghetti less wet, and stop putting it on the spaghetti. Get a regular meat sauce to put on the spaghetti, not your gross chili.
And that's how you know Bill Squire's not a black guy. You know how black guys love wet spaghetti, Bill?
Ugh. I like mom's spaghetti.
Meeting. They underline a community on the precipice of change, some for it, others against it.
Made me
If
mad.
you're not for it, you're against it. And a lot of these people are for it. Some people are against it.
Too, that adults were commenting on a high school dance.
One of the issues at the center of debate, a new prom court with 2 girls as king and queen.
So this is solely a King's High School senior class nominated and voted on initiative.
Jen Kirby's daughter, Annie Wise, was voted prom king, and Tracy Loudermilk's daughter, Riley, prom queen. The moms say they're proud of the couple for breaking this barrier, but some of the comments on this King's High School Facebook post made them sad.
Some people, you're never going to change their mind. And you know what? That's okay, too. People are allowed to believe and feel what they believe and feel.
For some parents, the issues go deeper than just prom court.
It's been brought to my attention that at least one teacher who flies not only the Black Lives Matter flag, but also a gay pride flag, refuses to fly the American flag.
Right. So anyway,
and I'm sure that's exactly how it goes.
Right.
I'm sure
There's something that has zero to do with the prom situation there. But this woman's like reading from her phone. Black Lives Matter and a rainbow flag, but no American flag. Okay, cool, man. We're here to talk about the prom situation.
And by American flag, I mean Trump flag.
Right. So anyway, it seems like the majority of people down there are happy for those girls, and who gives a fat frog's ass about who is prom king and queen at the high school. There are two. You're hard-pressed to find 2 more puke-inducing words in the English language than influencer mom. But there are a lot of them out there, influencer moms. Now, whether or not they have a lot of followers or whether they just call themselves that. But there's a woman in California who's looking at jail time because she made up a story about a Latino couple trying to kidnap her children. And she put this on Instagram.
No one wants your kids.
And it just turned out that these people were behind her talking, I think, about their own grandchildren. I think when cops went to the house or something, law enforcement got involved, these 2 people genuinely had no clue what this woman was talking about.
Oh, so she accused actual people.
Actual people.
She said, that's how you would get arrested.
She said that she had been followed in some store, and other people are suggesting that perhaps she just did this for content and, you know.
Monday of this week, my children were the targets of attempted kidnap, which is such a weird thing to even vocalize, but it happened. And I want to share that story with you in an effort to raise awareness as to what signs to look for and to just encourage parents to be more aware of their surroundings and what is going on around them.
Right. So she's looking at jail time because that wasn't even remotely the case.
Good.
In the situation.
Can she get civil sued?
I'm sure she can get all kinds of sued if these people wanted to do that. I don't know that they did.
Because if she was videotaping them and accusing them of something they didn't do, and they were probably like...
Again, I don't know if she was videotaping them. The story that she told was that she heard these people behind her. So she's eavesdropping on a conversation that's going on right behind her. And I guess in her mind, and again, she looks exactly like you think she looks. In her mind, these people that were behind her were apparently out loud talking about the plan they were hatching to kidnap the children of the woman directly in front of them in the Homecraft store or whatever.
Get them.
Snatch them. I just don't understand how the police found these people without talking to her first, is what I'm saying. So she had to have recorded them.
Well, perhaps she did. This was in Petaluma, California, which has had its own share of issues over the years. That's where that Polly Klaas girl was actually kidnapped and killed many, many years ago. That's what put Petaluma on the map, unfortunately. So this woman, because of, I don't know what they're charging her with, but it's like, I don't know.
They should start punishing people by not letting them be on social media anymore. Like, that should be her sentence.
You don't get to be an influencer anymore. We're like, what are you influencing people to do?
Right. To bring awareness.
She was charged with 2 counts of making false reports, one to a police dispatcher and one to a police officer.
So she called the police.
Yeah.
Stupid bitch. I thought this whole time like someone was watching her video. And
this was in a Michaels store, where a lot of kidnappings happen.
Well, kidnappings
there's rope
happen
and stuff
anywhere.
in there, so
Yeah, they have all the supplies you need.
You can make a mask. There's lots. Put a bag over their head.
She accused the people of lunging for her stroller. So she talked to the cops, shared her story on social media. She said, these people didn't look clean cut. It was just an older Latino couple. She got about 4 million views on it. And so the cops went and talked to the people she fingered. And the cops figured out very quickly that Sadie and Eddie Martinez had no clue what they were talking about. And so they charged her with a couple of crimes.
They're in there to get some acrylic paint to make a sign.
Well, you're never gonna believe this, but it was part of the whole Save the Children hashtag.
Oh my gosh.
You know what that is? Okay. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, shoot me a text, 35192. If you want to join 578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
time to get you a brand new copy of MLB The Show 21, available for PlayStation and Xbox. Stadium Creator on Next Gen is here. Available on the PS5, the Xbox Series X and S versions of the game. You can customize your stadium, over 1,000 elements to make your stadium your own. You go crazy putting this thing together and having a hell of a time. You share your stadium online, use it in Diamond Dynasty and franchise mode. If you play this game, you know what all that means and how fun it is, okay? PlayStation or Xbox, MLB The Show 21. Car 10. Poundcake will give you a copy right here. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show reminds you, don't text and drive. Unless that text is, "Hey, Mom, who was the drummer for Supertramp?" That can't wait.
100.7 WMMS.
Bass. Vision, dreams of passion. And all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Baby.
The Supreme Court is going to look at a case that will determine whether people who got imprisoned for crack cocaine should get out early. Because a lot of cocaine and crack cocaine cases were prosecuted differently for a long, long time. So one of these cases has gone all the way to the Supreme Court. Talking about... So, listen, we haven't gotten prison mail in a while, and I always wonder if that is by design. I don't know if they crack down on that from time to time or what. But maybe there are people who have written us before. We have a lot of people who've written prison mail to the show who are in there for drug offenses. And maybe this could impact them positively. Somebody else found $2 million worth of cocaine washed up in the Florida Keys.
Oh.
If you're a drug addict, it's got to be. There can't be any better place to live than the Florida Keys, boy. It's just washing up on shore there.
Every once in a while, not enough to
Pretty
get your
frequently.
fix.
$2 million?
$2 million worth of cocaine, but like you have to be the lucky drug addict that comes upon it.
Or know how to sell it.
You mean the stars have to align properly?
No, if you're the addict, you're just like, this is mine.
Mm-hmm.
Save it for a rainy day.
That's a lot of cocaine to do for one person. That's what I'm saying.
I
Do some,
have
sell
faith
some.
in them.
It's a hell of a drug.
A lot of cocaine.
If you watch the show at AlanCoxShow.com, the live stream, thank you for doing that. Thanks also to Sheldon Campolfonia, who's helping with the live stream today as well. So thank you, sir or madam. Hey, sure. Chris.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, Chris?
Hey, so the couple that was accused of trying to kidnap the kids.
Yes.
They seen themselves on the news and turned themselves in and going, hey, yeah, we weren't trying to kidnap the kids.
Yeah, like their granddaughter saw the thing on social media, I think. And it took off pretty quickly because the girl got like 4 million views. And then like their granddaughter saw something pop up online and then the news grabbed it. It was a whole thing.
Yep, they need to lock her up for a little while anyways.
But even that, like... what is that going to do? I mean, listen,
that's
if you...
what I'm saying, ban her from social media.
Yeah, that's
the strictest
that's
thing.
the biggest punishment, you know?
Yeah, that would be better. I agree.
Take her off Instagram or whatever, you know. Whenever they can figure out how to do that. We just can't figure out how to keep people off our platforms. How are we going to... Okay, thank you, Chris. There's Chris.
I think that would have a very strong impact on people. They learn that, there's consequences to my actions where I won't be able to be on social media anymore if I'm doing irresponsible things like accusing people of trying to kidnap my children.
Dude, I guarantee you it's been 100 times worse for Trump to get kicked off Twitter than to lose the presidential election. Right?
It's
100 times worse for him.
So much worse. But I've enjoyed it.
Do you want to take a call? I saw that Dustin called. I don't know what he called about.
It's Dustin.
It's Dustin.
I've been trying
Glad
to help
to
him
see
find
Mary's
shoes.
been back after taking 2 months off.
And spending all that
You
family
think it's a-
money
you think it's a
on
Mary call?
I
vacation
don't know.
to-
He was on my ass last week when I took off.
Really?
Thursday, he messaged me on Instagram and was like, I see you're in bed with your cat again, and this isn't good for you.
He's hot
and
for you.
You've gotta pull yourself up, and laying in bed doesn't do anything. I'm like, I have a flight in like 2 hours. Like,
He thinks you're depressed because you're
about?
in bed with your cat?
yeah, well, because I posted about starting my medication, and then I said,
Oh.
I'll keep you guys updated over the next few months. And he was like, now you're taking a few months off work. And I was like, I never said that. I was saying I would keep people updated on the medication over the next few months.
Now, do I have to sign up for those updates? Or
Yeah.
Okay, there's a newsletter.
It's Mary _Lexapro _updates.
By the way, I'm gonna get off
that.
Next time I meet with my doctor, I'm going down
Why?
because I don't want to be on Lexapro anymore.
Okay, is it because of the sexual side?
It's because of the boners. He wants his
Because
boners back.
any anti-anxiety or any antidepressant you go on is going to have that side effect.
I don't want any antidepressants. Yeah.
Well, talk about your doctor.
He's in a committed relationship now.
It doesn't make your anxiety go away.
Well, it still makes me depressed. Like, I'm still on Lexapro, and it's not like those thoughts just vanish. I'm like, now I'm on a pill. Okay. Now I'm on a pill, and I can't get boners when I want to, and I'm depressed. So I'm like, I might as well just be depressed and get boners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good one.
What is that from? Yeah.
This is something last week, I think.
Yeah.
That's like That's like a SpongeBob. Yeah.
Tomorrow, by the way, a brand new Poundcake sports break. And 1 week from tomorrow, looking ahead to next Wednesday, they're going to be announcing the inductees, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And so I'm going to be talking to Greg Harris, who is the CEO of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, next week on the show.
I was thinking
about
that
who will
today.
be inducted.
Because I was listening to like a classic metal station, and some Iron Maiden came on. I'm like, these guys have to get in this time. I guess this is the first time they've been nominated even.
I think that is true. I would like very much for Iron... I don't know why I have a good feeling about it. I just do. Maybe the stars are aligning. Judas Priest is not in yet. They should absolutely be in. But Maiden and Priest... Maybe it's because as far as like British heavy metal bands, you know, those were my ride or dies when I was just kind of coming up. Was Maiden and Priest and Motorhead. So I would like very much to see Iron Maiden in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But we'll see what happens. They're going to be announcing that next week. The Dustin call. He called and left a message on the After Hours line, which anyone can do. It's 216-986-8903.
My question is, I figured I'd call and stir the pot a little bit, but we all know that Mary is part-time and therefore can take off.
Are you part-time?
I'm not a full-time employee. No, I'm not allowed to work more than X amount of hours a week.
Oh, really?
Really.
Yeah, but you're not in danger of doing that either. You just,
No.
Yeah. Of course, you were doing stuff for Jason.
Yeah.
Is that working to your hours?
Yeah,
When you
but
massage the logs?
But he like approved that as like more time. I'm not supposed to work more than 30 hours a week, 29.5 hours a week. But with the logs and stuff, he approved a couple hours over.
Oh, okay.
Whenever she pleases.
Because he goes, we all know. I'm like, I didn't even know. What do I know?
So my question to you, Alan, is once you move into the new studio downtown, will you search or entertain the possibility of a more permanent host to accompany you, Bill, and Poundcake? I'm just curious. I have nothing else to do. I'm sitting in traffic. See you, bye.
These are traffic thoughts.
You
See,
know
we
what?
are
I'm
Dustin
sitting here
Shower's
thinking.
thoughts.
Right, shower thoughts, yeah.
So
No, Mary's on the show. What am I going to change co-hosts every 3 years? Like, the hell's going on around here? Is it me?
No, that was it. That was the whole
No,
point
Mary
of
and
his
I had a
message.
conversation because there's a chance you might be gone the first week we're in the new studios.
No.
Oh.
That was when you didn't respond to the second email I sent. Man, I forgot to make a note of that.
I didn't get a second email.
Oh, I definitely sent you one.
I believe you.
Well, because I sent you the list of all the stand-up dates I'm going to be out the rest of the year, and one of them was potentially going to be on September 30th and October 1st, which we're supposed to be in the new studio October 1st.
Right.
But the comedy club knows. Here's why I booked it, is because I said, construction dates change all the time. So the thing, I didn't want to not book the weekend and then have them be like, hey, it's actually not going to be ready till January.
Yeah, right.
So I have it booked tentatively, but the comedy club knows that I might not be able to do it. I told them I'd let them know at the beginning of September. Because that we would have a better idea. No, but Dustin got all over me and he was like, you don't take your job seriously, and are you even trying to be a contracted employee? You're never there. You're always missing days. You're this, you're that, the other. And he's not the first person who's been on me about taking days off.
And by the way, that's insulting to me. Also, because what that basically means is I don't like the show unless Mary's there. He just has a weird way of showing it.
Also, here's the thing. There's only 2 contracted positions on this show. So I was in that position for a long time, and I just didn't want to do the road anymore. Mary is earlier in her career and still likes going out and doing the road.
Yeah.
So I had
and
that
I'm fully aware of that, too.
Well, and that's the other thing.
I mean, you being part-time, I mean, you're just like me. When we call off or, like, are out...
I don't get paid for
we
that.
We don't get paid.
Right.
So if we don't want to get paid, then don't show up.
Well, and that's the other big thing is that I was hired into this position, and everyone knew full well that I was a stand-up comedian.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, when... Keith, who's now no longer here, when he hired me in, and we talked about like being on more permanently, and this was before COVID, and he was like, how about every other weekend you can take off? So that was like we haven't rediscussed that since he left, but it was basically like 4 days a month where it was like Thursday and Friday every other week, but we need you here at least 2 full weeks a month. And then even with the schedule I sent you, it's going to be less than that.
Mm-hmm.
A Friday here, a Sunday or a Monday here, things like that.
Taking a Sunday off?
Yeah.
We did not talk about that.
But it just is, I don't know, aggravating, because Dustin's not the only person who did that, where I had people being like, when I was in Denver this
people
weekend.
People like you on the show.
And I had a friend explain that to me.
People
He was
like what they like, and they don't like change to what they're used to.
My friend was like, if nobody cared if you weren't there, they wouldn't say anything. They'd be like, oh, thank God you're out again, which was a nice perspective.
Well, they would, but it would be just to troll you.
Yeah, that was a nice perspective. But other people are being like, someone messaged me while I was in Denver, and they were like, hope you're enjoying this time off for when you take off next week to cry again. And it's just like, oh, cool. Like,
people are such
it's crazy, dude.
and women get it the worst. And I don't, like,
yeah, that's right, Poundcake. That's why Mary was talking.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
No,
Nobody knows more about the
struggle of the bell between the sexes than a gay man.
Yeah.
So it's fine. I mean, this is the new thing that people are jumping on me about, is taking too much time off work.
Well, here's the thing. You guys had it real good last year because of COVID, because Mary was here all the time, but now she's back on the road.
Right.
And so there's going to be some sausage party shows. We'll have people sit in from time to time.
For sure.
Right?
Natalie Herbeck, give me a call.
This guy over here.
You blew that so hard.
Is,
you ruined it.
It's fine.
Did you blow it?
I don't think so.
He was so proud. I'll help you lotion, Natalie, if you come on my show.
I never said that I would be the one that would
You're
help her.
self-tanner.
I never said that I would be the one that would help her. I said I am shocked that she doesn't have somebody that can help her.
But you didn't know that she didn't have somebody to help her.
I mean, she said she was doing it herself.
Right. Maybe that just means that her usual lotioner wasn't available.
I mean, she said she's been doing it herself this whole time.
Oh, she has.
Yeah, so...
Maybe that was a job that had to be cut because of COVID. She couldn't afford her lotioner.
Anymore?
Yeah, anymore.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
That's right.
So can we answer Dustin's question? Are you going to fire me when we move into the new studio?
No, I'm not firing anyone.
And like, there's not any amount of presence that she can have here where they're going to be like, well, now we got to add her on as a contracted employee, because that's just not how the positions
The show's
work.
structured.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, people. That's been a fun one this year. That's been new.
So if she has the opportunity to go out and
do
comedy and make money doing that,
This show has been a revolving door for 10 years.
Right.
So it's like, I got a show to do.
Yeah.
I'll do a show. So it doesn't worry me. Again, so I say to the listeners all the time when they come to me with this stuff, I go, talk to them, don't talk to me. So you're welcome. I send those people
Thanks,
to you.
buddy.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm like, I don't, I got a show to do.
And
you know
it
what I
would be
mean?
different, too, if I just started doing stand-up. Like, I had come on as a full-time employee and then was like, hey, also, by the way, I'm going to go try this new thing and never be here. I was hired in
on a
under
journey
this.
for stand-up.
If I was doing a Living
I'm
for
on a
Me tour
journey.
across the states.
Where did you
But under
perform?
those circumstances, I wouldn't have brought you on.
Right.
Yeah. So, But listen, they're concerned for your well-being and the state of your career, and
Yeah, the guy who was like, "Are you going to take
I'd be getting if it was a different situation, I'd be getting calls from Dustin. I sure miss Mary on the show.
Someone else filling in
Where's
here.
Mary? Yeah, right.
The guy who was like, I hope you're enjoying your time off when you just take off next week to cry. And I was like, I don't know what else you want from me. I was like, I'm going to therapy. I started medication. I'm starting grief counseling. Like, I'm trying to work out. Like, there's not more I can do.
Not only that, but the only reason you're able to insult Mary in that way is because you have heard her cry on the show, which means she wasn't taking the day off to cry. She's doing it right here at work.
That's the other thing.
She was taking days off to cry. You wouldn't know about it. Well, I guess they only know what information you provide them. But,
right.
Yeah.
Nobody gets in my business when I'm like, I have to take a day off to diarrhea.
Yeah. You're crying out your butt.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh, maybe
guys,
album title.
Crying out my butt.
Guys, I need to. I'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. I'm right.
Here's some news you actually are probably going to like, Alan. So I just started that medication last week, and then I think it was just a combination of my first week being back on the road and like being my body adjusting the medication. I definitely feel more even keeled. But Sunday during the day, I felt like, I was in kind of an emotional state, and I was thinking about my dad a lot, and I could feel myself trying to cry, but it wouldn't come. And that's the first time that's ever happened to me where like I felt
no tears left to cry.
I felt like emotional, and like normally right now I'd be crying in this coffee shop, and no tears coming. Just kind of got through it and journaled, and I was like, whoa.
That's a good thing.
Maybe this medication is going to stop the every other day sobbing.
I dry cry.
It's drying up your ducts.
It might be.
I can't get a boner or wet tears.
Yeah.
No, literally, you never like dry cried before. Like you're like you want to cry.
No, I've just always been able to just let it all out and feel better afterwards. But this was like really weird. I'm like, man, I feel like I want to cry, but I can't. And I was like, is that what Alan and Bill feel like all the time?
Oh, we don't feel anything.
You don't feel anything?
No, I don't feel anything.
I would say that's close to how I feel, where like sometimes I'll be down about something, but I don't often cry about it.
Yeah.
Usually if I cry, it's something else that I'm watching it's very rare that I'm crying about my own problems.
Yeah.
Like I can.
Or it's random. You'll cry at an insurance commercial.
Yeah,
The wrong way.
What's the girls' baseball movie? League of Their Own.
A League of Their Own.
That one got me a couple weeks ago.
This used to be my playground.
I was watching that, and it was after I had been day drinking. Why was I day drinking?
Oh, well, that's the X factor.
Well,
right
yes,
there.
exactly.
Yeah.
But I was watching that, and my girlfriend came over because she had gotten her second shot the day before, and so she was just like laying around, and I'm watching this movie, and they're talking about one of the girls' husbands just died, and they're all thinking about their other husbands that are in the war, and I'm just like, their husbands are dying, and they're just trying to play baseball, and so I got emotional about that.
And by the way, it's not true that every antidepressant has sexual side effects.
A lot of them do.
Well, a lot of them do, but a lot of them don't.
Yeah.
So
where's the one that makes you better at sex?
Well, I mean, like, I had a friend that was on Wellbutrin, and he was like, I've had the exact opposite issues with, So it's just a matter of whatever your chemistry is, they find one for you.
Yeah.
And then he's getting diamond hard boners all over the place, and he's a happy camper again.
Well, I'm getting boners. It's
just not when you want them.
Not being able to, they don't go anywhere.
You're getting random? Oh, I see.
Yep.
The boners don't lead to anything.
I see.
So it's just there and big and worthless.
That was a humble brag.
Big and Worthless, another possible album title.
Yes.
I hope you're jotting these down. Yep. Black Bill Squire, Big and Worthless. Yes Men in the front row. Side 2.
I was at the hockey game, and after the hockey game, I was all drunk and emotional. It's fun.
All right. Well,
Mary probably wasn't crying because of all the edibles.
I didn't get high. I've been high
Say,
3
what's that
times
gonna-
in the last year. I quit weed, dude, pretty much.
You didn't do edibles in Colorado?
No, my anxiety is way too out of control right now to be adding any extra substances into my life.
Oh, because you get paranoid.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get paranoid. I just have a fun time.
Right.
Really?
So that's why I've been high. I was high in October for a friend's wedding. I was high Christmas Eve. And
for Jesus' birthday.
For Jesus' wedding.
Yep.
And then and then in like February, I ate an edible when a bunch of us were playing pool, and it was not a good experience. And I was like, I don't want to, I've got too much going on in my life to be high right now.
I can't get that 8-ball in the corner pocket. I gotta get the hell out of here.
Right. But I decided until I
You didn't have a good time with that? I didn't know you were...
The whole time I was... Did you see how many times I went to the bathroom? I went to the bathroom like 15 times to make sure my neck wasn't closing up. Like I was all hot and cold at the same time. I was not having a lot of fun.
You're a real firecracker, aren't you?
Well, I was sitting quietly kind of conversing, but I kept getting up to make sure I wasn't like breaking out in hives. It was wild because my anxiety has just gotten worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, how about we let my body balance out before we throw other things in.
Gotcha, without any extraneous substances.
Right.
But anyway, the point is you're a stand-up comedian. Where are you performing this weekend?
Oh, I'll be headlining the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls on Thursday night.
That's not the one I was trying to get
that's not the one. Well, that's also true. So funnystop.com for those tickets.
That's the Rubber
City Comedy Festival.
Yes.
But I will be hosting for Bill Squire's album recording at Hilarities Friday, Saturday,
okay,
and Sunday.
Big and Worthless. They're recording it this weekend.
Crying out my butt.
That's right. Yes Men in the front row, diarrheaed all over the place. Okay, I'm going to break. I'll have another $1,000 for you at 5:30. Another keyword to help you go fund yourself. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Take a look outside. After a year that brought our world to a standstill, for the first time, we are seeing daylight.
The global pandemic is still very real. The COVID-19 vaccines, they're now readily available and helping us move closer to reuniting with families, friends, jobs, and communities, and yes, live music.
iHeartRadio is partnering with Global Citizen for Vax Live, the concert to reunite the world.
You'll see performances from Jennifer Lopez,
Eddie Vedder, Foo Fighters,
J Balvin, and me, her.
I'm Selena Gomez, and I'll be your host, along with some very special surprise guests.
An incredible night of music, along with real stories about how people around the world are being reunited in every way.
Global Citizens Vax Live, the concert to reunite the world.
Tune in to find out how you can win free tickets to the biggest sporting events in America this Saturday at 8 p.m. Watch on ABC, CBS, and YouTube, and listen on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Hey guys, chance of a few showers and storms tonight. Temperatures in the 40s by morning. For tomorrow, morning rain, highs only in the low 50s. I'm 19 News meteorologist Sam Roberts on WMMS.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Whether you hire one person or hire up a storm, you can count on Indeed. Indeed has 135 skills tests to help you find the right candidates faster. Indeed skills tests reduce hiring time by 27% on average. More at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. So now that the weather is changing and going in a more consistent direction, and you want to be comfortable in your home, obviously, spending more time outside, but you know, if windows have been anywhere on your to-do list, this is the perfect time to hit up Window Nation, the largest window retailer in the state of Ohio, for very good reason. Windows are all they do, right? They have detail down to a science. So Window Nation, you can save thousands more on your windows compared to national brands while getting the same, if not better, quality, right? They measure each window three times to ensure proper fit. Every one of their windows goes through a 50-point factory inspection to make sure it is precisely tailored to your home. Right now, they'll give you 50% off any style window. Start at windownation.com, look around there, and you'll put no money down on your order, make no payments, no interest for 24 months. 866-90-NATION if you want to call them. Make sure that you give them my name. But no limit on that. So half off picture windows, garden windows, whatever kind of window you need, whatever kind they offer. Half off every window style. No money down, no payments, no interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION. Give them my name when you talk to them. Or go to windownation.com.
Mr. Hero now offers curbside pickup. Come as you are and never leave the car. Just order online and select curbside at participating Mr. Hero locations. You can't get much better than that.
Mr. Hero, it's a taste you crave. You gotta get a car, gotta get it at Ganley. Gotta get it at Ganley. You gotta get a truck, gotta get it at Ganley.
Get it all at Ganley, Ohio's largest automotive retailer. Get our lowest price on over 8,000 vehicles in stock and online at GanleyAuto.com. Apply for credit online. Schedule your next service appointment online. Get it all at all 43 Ganley locations or online at GanleyAuto.com.
Domino's week-long carry-out deal means you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each every day. That's right, $7.99 each, and every day means any day. But just in case there's any confusion, we've set up a helpful website to confirm if today's a day you can carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each at Domino's. Just go to howaboutoday.com to find out if Domino's week-long carry-out deal is valid today. Spoiler alert, it is. Carry-out only. You must ask for this limited time offer. Prices, participation, and charges may vary. Excludes extra large and specialty pizzas. Crust availability varies by size.
Get 10% off anything Sal's offers.
Anything?
Yes, anything. Service, installation, equipment, any time of day. Mention iHeart at scheduling and save hundreds with Sal's Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Sewer. Not valid with any other offer or discount. Visit salsheatandcool.com.
Tired of cleaning your gutters? Leak Filter is America's #1 gutter guard, guaranteed to keep gutters clean for good. Get 15% off your purchase now. Call 844-300-LEAF or visit www.tryleakfilter.com for a free estimate.
Tonight, the Suns and the Cavs heat up C-Town. Isaac Curro and the Cavs turn up the heat on Latin Night against Chris Paul and Phoenix. Beginning at 6:30 with Cavaliers Live on Valley Sports Ohio and the Valley Sports app.
They lead Cleveland's business community. But who are they? Get to know the CEOs and their businesses that drive Northeast Ohio. Cleveland CEOs You Should Know. A podcast featuring the unique success stories of Cleveland's chief executives. Available on our free iHeartRadio app.
Ready to save thousands on a brand new Mazda? Get to the all-new Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com. We provide luxury for less. The hottest new Mazdas with drastically reduced upfront pricing. Up to thousands off MSRP. Yes, thousands off. Plus, ask Mazda of Kent for the credit Approve-a-thon. If you bring home $350 a week, you can get up to $25,000 in credit. $25,000. New 2021 Mazda CX-5 CUVs, CX-30 2.5 turbos, CX-9s with third-row seating, and more. With voice command, backup camera, blind spot monitor, and so much more at Mazda of Kent. And you get 1-year maintenance, no charge. Plus, we provide a safe, no-contact sales experience. You can save thousands. Plus, it's a credit Approve-a-thon. $25,000 in credit. Now, at the all-new Mazda of Kent, formerly Montrose Mazda of Kent. MazdaKent.com. MazdaKent.com.
After such an extraordinary year, it's time to celebrate the most extraordinary member of the family, Mom. Diamonds Direct invites you to join us as we say cheers to the mothers in our lives. For this Mother's Day, we've put together an exceptional collection of affordable and meaningful gifts for any budget. Birthstone rings, stackable rings, eternity bands, pearls, elegant diamond pendants, and of course, stunning diamond earrings. So cheers to you, Mom, for being such an incredible partner, for learning to be a teacher in the past year, for keeping the family healthy and safe, for always putting everything else first. This year, more than ever, she deserves a gift that's anything but ordinary. And at Diamonds Direct, that's our specialty. Timeless gifts of jewelry that she can enjoy and cherish for decades to come. Why not surprise her with a bigger diamond for her ring? Come let the experts at Diamonds Direct help you find that remarkable gift that says, cheers, Mom, for all your remarkable efforts over the last year. Diamonds Direct, at the corner of Richmond and Cedar Road.
Mother's Day is coming up, and at Meijer, you can find something for all the mothers in your life. Like Mother's Day roses with vase, just $26.99. Dove Promises chocolates are 2 for $8. And Meijer Bakery muffin 4-packs are buy one, get one free. Plus, this Thursday through Sunday, get free Meijer home delivery with a purchase of $100 or more. Celebrate all moms with great gifts at Meijer. They deserve it. And don't forget the card. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Remember the first time you tried McDonald's fluffy blueberry muffin? Or the day you discovered a new way to sweeten your coffee with a glazed apple fritter? Or how about the time you scraped every bit of cream cheese icing from your warm, gooey cinnamon roll box? Ah, if only you could go back. Actually, you can. McDonald's bakery sweets are available all day. Swing by to enjoy one, and at any size soft drink for $1 more. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Price of participation may vary. Can I pick them out in a combo meal?
The reasons to treat yourself to a frozen drink from McDonald's go on and on. No reason is also a perfectly good reason. It's more than a drink. It's a McDonald's drink.
Introducing McDonald's new frozen drinks. Blue raspberry, wild cherry, and frozen Coke. 3 flavors, 1 common purpose. Icy cool, delicious summer refreshment. at participating McDonald's. Coca-Cola and Fanta are registered trademarks of the Coca-Cola Company.
Spilled your drink? Quick! The Quicker Picker-Upper. Bounty picks up spills and messes quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading value brand. So you can get back to the party. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
Is your vehicle ready for the rain of spring and the heat of summer? Kowalski Ford is offering our Spring Works package, a comprehensive multi-point inspection, synthetic blend oil change, tire rotation, and battery, wiper blade, and AC performance evaluation for $38.95. KowalskiFord.net, the only dealership on the lake.
Hey there, nurses and healthcare professionals. Dunkin' wants to thank you for keeping America running. For National Nurses Day on May 6th, Dunkin' is celebrating with a free medium iced or hot coffee. Just bring your ID. America runs on Dunkin'. Offer participation may vary. Exclusions apply. Limit 1 per guest. Not valid on mobile orders.
100.7 WMMS Communities.
The Cavaliers Head of Class program recognizes teachers in Northeast Ohio for making a difference in their students' lives, inside and outside of the classroom. Nominate a deserving teacher. Visit Cavs.com/community.
Traffic. From the Elgin Elk Traffic Center, if you have Parkinson's and were exposed to the weed killer paraquat, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Great news, the accident on 90 West at the 71 South split has been cleared away. Traffic, though, is very heavy across the Inner Belt Bridge, all the way to Lakeside on the Inner Belt South. And in Ridgefield, better news, the accident past 271 on 77 South is gone, and so is the backup. Off-highway, an accident reported on Mayfield Road, east of Sperry in Chester Township. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. Dunkin' has what you need to conquer the day, like a layered velvety caramel macchiato, a rich chocolatey mocha latte, or a creamy non-dairy oat milk latte. Take a sip of You Got This with Dunkin' Espresso drinks. Order ahead plus earn rewards. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary.
From the Nuremberg Paris studios, fighting for the injured since 1928. Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
May the 4th be with you. Celebrate International Star Wars Day with the iHeart original station, May the 4th Radio. The perfect soundtrack, whether you're on the light side
or the dark side. Nothing will stand in our way.
Approved by Chewie and Grogu. Even Vader loves it, but that guy is hard to read. Make iHeart's May the 4th Radio your soundtrack all day. The free iHeart app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. And May the 4th be with you.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to call us up. 35192 to text. Indians over the Royals last night. Royals are a great baseball team, and Indians took them 8-6 as the final. That was the first of 4. So number 2 is tonight in Kansas City. 8:10 is your start. So 7:30 something is when your pregame. You want to get the whole kit and or caboodle. Tonight on MMS, and if you're in town but not near radio, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app. If you're a Cavs fan, they are downtown to play the Suns at 7 o'clock. And you'll hear that on WTAM 1100. And the code for May for CLE Clothing Company is flowers. That'll get you 20% off all this month. Whatever you buy, whether it's Buzzard merch, WMMS.com, find all that, or any of the other amazing items the CLE Clothing consistently cranks out over there to warm the cockles of your heart. Use flowers all this month for 20% off. Hey, Tim.
Me? Hey.
Tim, what's up?
Hey. Well, my cockles are now warmed.
Solid. My day is made.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Yes. Hey, I don't mean to I called in last week when Mary was talking about anxiety and stuff, and I've listened to you since day one, like 10 whatever years ago, 11 years ago. I rarely call in, but I absolutely hate when people make light of anxiety and depression. So I felt like I had to call in and tell Dustin just to F off, because that's bullshit.
Oop. Hey, easy, man.
Oops.
Tim.
Sorry. My bad. I get worked up.
You don't sound worked up. I mean,
You can hear his voice is shaking a little bit. Yeah.
I hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like it's just not, people who suffer like that. It's not cool to antagonize and troll or whatever. It's so bad for some people.
Well,
and
I was telling Mary in the break, because I agree with you. And Dustin, he writes his own script to how our lives work. And then when we go outside of that, he gets upset. So he thinks that Mary's got this goal for this show, and that's what she should be going towards, because that's what he wants her to be going towards. But that's not how it works here. And then when you go outside of that, he feels like he's got to tell her to get back on track for what he wants her to be.
Well, what he said to you on social media is different than what he said to me on the phone. He was asking me, hey, if Mary's going to be gone so much, are you eventually going to replace her?
Right.
That was the voicemail.
Right.
Whatever he said to you on social media had nothing to do with that.
No. I was saying,
and I'm not privy to what he says to you unless you talk about
it. When you said Dustin called, and I said, I guarantee this is going to be about me missing too many shows, because that's what he was messaging me about on Instagram. And that was they were tied together. They were related.
Did you ask him what an okay amount of shows to miss is?
My guess would be none.
I mean, he doesn't want any of us to take a day off ever.
But Tim, I appreciate you sticking up, because anxiety is rough, and I'm learning that firsthand this year.
And yeah, of course. Especially after what you've been through recently. But also last week I should have included Poundcake. I called him separately and said, because anxiety is not good. And what I would tell to him is maybe not quit his medicine, but try a different one.
Yeah, it doesn't. Each one is different for every person.
Nah, I'm quitting. If I die, I die.
You're stupid.
Well, I got lucky and got it good on the first try. But so many other people have told me they've tried 2, 3, or 4 different things, and finally it worked. So just I don't know, Poundcake, I guess, just maybe try something different.
I said I'm quitting, and if I die, I die.
Easy.
What if you find out that Dustin is on anti-anxiety medication?
Well, then he's got it wrong, I think. Way wrong. Maybe he's on speed or so. I don't know.
Speed. Well, he's a trucker, right? I mean,
Yeah, you got to stay up. But anywho, I guess that's it. I don't know. It just really upsets me, like I said.
Understood. Okay, thanks, Tim.
All right, well, thanks for taking my call.
All right, you got it. There's Tim, who's co-signing for Mary. By the way, all of you are texting me. You don't need to tell me about your sexual dysfunction issues because of your particular antidepressant. I got the broad strokes, if you'll pardon the pun.
They do not.
He'd prefer you email him.
I would prefer. That is the preferred method of communication. Yes, thank you. And extra sad, by the way, is that Friday is International Masturbation Day. So for poor Cody, who can kind of get it going but didn't do anything, and a lot of people have echoed that sentiment, how frustrating that could be for them. Again, those are among the messages you don't have to send to me.
I'm literally like...
They haven't fished like 3 months. Let me tell you about Penta.
It's like I'm
discovering... You're backed up,
It's like I'm discovering puberty all over again. I'm rubbing it on everything. I'm like, ooh, that feels great. I was like, I might go. Like, I'm scooting it all over my bed, on like my chair.
Scooting it.
Hey.
Like, if there's a cold door, I'm like, ooh, this feels really good.
Cold door. That burlap sack over there.
All these sensations.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, it sucks.
Oh, Cody started pooping at work. No, there's cold doors in there.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this Friday, and it's been 26 years since the first International Masturbation Day. So it gets celebrated on May the 7th every year. And if you're old enough to remember, it started in the mid-'90s. Bill Clinton had a Surgeon General named Joycelyn Elders. I don't know if she was the first black female Surgeon General, but she made a lot of news because she suggested that masturbation be part of the sex ed curriculum for students, which I guess people just weren't ready to handle in the mid-'90s. Fast forward to now, where sex ed in most public schools is very graphic, depending on what city and school district you're in.
Ours was not.
But back then, it got her fired for having the temerity to suggest that figuring your own stuff out and how it makes you feel can lead to increased and positive mental health. So May 7th, and they coordinate this every year, for those of you who are taking notes wherever you are, 6:30 p.m. Eastern.
Ooh.
I was going to say right when we get out of here, but I'm out on Friday because I'm celebrating National Masturbation Day.
Hey.
6:30 Eastern p.m. on Friday. The time is coordinated for people around the world celebrating this to have a unified orgasm.
Ooh.
6:30 p.m.
Last week, I saw a film. As I recall, it was a horror film. Walked outside into the rain, checked my phone and saw you rang, and I jizzed in my pants.
Speeding down the street when the red lights flash. Need to get away, need to make a dash. A song comes on that reminds me of you, and I jizz.
I've got $1,000 for you to win. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. And by the way, in preparation for National Masturbation Day, if you really want to get the jump on it, that's why they call tomorrow Cinco de Mayo.
SYNCO.
Oh, so stupid. All right, good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword JOY at WMMS.com. That's JOY. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
I gotta tell you, in a year where bands couldn't tour, some of them were more worried about their revenue streams than others, you saw a handful of artists sell their catalog, sell the rights to their catalog, right? You can only cash out one time in that big of a way. So over the past few years, you've had Fleetwood Mac, you had Bob Dylan, you've had Paul Simon, you've had Paul McCartney, you've had these people, Neil Young, I think, they sell the rights to their catalog. So they get a huge payday. Out of all the bands I thought would probably not want to do that, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But they sold their songwriting catalog.
Really?
For $140 million.
Is that
Did
low?
WMMS buy it? Because I have a hunch.
And with all due respect,
We'd save money.
And I really do love the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But how you get $140 million out of ding-a-dang-dong to ding-a-dang-dong?
Honestly, I think that's low.
I thought that was low too, because wasn't Fleetwood Mac's like 300 million or something like that?
Yeah, but they've been around for decades. I mean, so have the Chili Peppers.
They've been around for almost 40 years.
But the Chili Peppers, your songwriting catalog.
Yeah.
Are these guys amazing lyricists? I mean...
Yes.
Well,
if you like California, they are.
Bob Dylan.
And Bridges.
Yeah, right.
Hot bandana, go to Indiana.
Bob Dylan sold his to Universal Music for $300 million. Stevie Nicks sold her solo catalog for $100 million. And the Red Hot Chili Peppers are going to sell theirs for $140 million. So, ding-a-dang-dong, ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. That's in there, and...
just makes you wish you would have thought of that, right?
You know?
Like, oh, man, here I was writing words, and I could have sang ding-a-dong-ding.
True. Red Hot Chili Peppers will celebrate their 40th anniversary next year.
Yeah, see? That's a long time to be around.
No, I understand, but not as long as Fleetwood Mac or Bob Dylan or any other people I mentioned. They've been around like 60 years, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you get twice that money or whatever. But, and again, I'm not a Bob Dylan guy.
Because I heard that they're coming out with a new album soon, too.
Ding-a-dang-dong Part 2?
Yeah.
Ding-a-dong-dang.
Yeah, they're working on a new album. And it's John Frusciante coming back to the band again. First time they cut this guy because he couldn't stay straight. And then they brought him back because he's an amazing guitarist, a very talented and inventive guy. And clearly they have an affinity for him. But Jesus, Frusciante just keeps coming back into the band and leaving.
Maybe
so I'm
wondering
wondering who gets the lion's share of the money, though, because I mean, for the better part of their careers, Kiedis and Flea and Chad Smith have pretty much been the nucleus of that band. They haven't put any music out in 5 years. That new album they're working on, they want to have out.
Man, that's 5 years. Whew. That seemed like I would have said that was 2 years ago, but I guess it was 5 years ago.
The Getaway was 2016. That was their last album.
They headlined Rock on the Range that year.
And John Frusciante hasn't been with them in 15 years. So anyway, if you're a Chili Peppers fan, there's a lot of exciting things coming. And if you're not a Chili Peppers fan, there's still a lot of exciting things coming for them. Hey, Charlie.
Alan.
Yes, sir.
So I wanted to talk about Jocelyn Elders. I remember her under Clinton, the Attorney General.
Yep.
Or the Surgeon General, I think it was.
Surgeon General, that's right.
That's Surgeon General. She was a liability. She was a laugh a minute. And the soundbite she produced was, she said, we need to practice safe masturbation. And that's what the soundbite was going around. So it became a big joke. But she said she did some other things, too. And she went to see Eric Clapton once, and they were interviewing her about it. And she mispronounced his name 2 or 3 times. And the soundbite is hilarious.
What did she call him?
Dig that up.
Aaron Clapton?
No, it was Eric Clapner. She kept saying like
Oh,
Eric Clapner. That's
Clapner. Great. Oh, she kept saying. She goes, and another thing at the end, I remember. I like Eric Clapner.
Maybe she was doing cocaine.
Well, I don't know. She was a laugh a minute though, and so I just I wanted to add that because I was around back then, Alan. I got a few years in my belt.
Yeah. Well,
I wanted to thank you for one other thing.
Okay.
For that intro to that Phil Collins song you play all the time.
Uh-huh.
Where the fanfare. And
were you the guy that called?
I was.
Yeah. Okay.
The other day, I thought it was. When I first heard it, I thought, he's playing that show again from that day. And then I heard it again, I thought, oh my gosh, he's reusing it.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, Charlie was the guy who called and wanted Phil Collins. Are you going to that Genesis reunion tour, Charlie?
Well, I just heard the ad on another station for it. They're giving tickets away or something, but it's just not the same. I think Genesis reached their peak in 1980, and it just went down from there.
Really? That early?
After 1980, yeah, in concert anyway.
Oh,
concerts now it's all toned down so we could sing to it. It's like slowed up.
I see. So you think they topped out at Duke?
Oh God, yes, that's the best tour ever.
Okay.
The Duke tour. If you really like Genesis, listen to the live material from that year because. So, if you look at his record, he just did Face Value, in there tonight and all that.
Yeah.
So now he's doing this Duke album, and he's going through divorce. So you listen to that guy sing, it's the most soulful you'll ever hear him sing. And the band is just top-notch.
Sure.
Everything, the music, the bass, the guitar, the drumming, of course, the Chester Thompson back there. And then Phil jumping back there every now and then. And the Duke album is a great album, too. And I think he was, singing about his divorce through that somehow. He was, feeling it. And after that, it became more poppy-oriented, and then he was doing all his own stuff. And people couldn't tell him apart. I'd be pissed off. They'd say, this is Phil Collins. I'm like, no, it's not Phil Collins. It's Genesis.
Charlie's really into it. Okay, into it. Right. Thank you, Charlie. I appreciate the call. And one going out to Charlie, who's live in somewhere. I don't know where. But Phil Collins now, he's on that solo tour. Got the mighty Chester Thompson behind the drums. We'll see what happens. This guy has certainly made his bones after leaving Genesis. And now he's mounting a huge tour. Take you out there. He's going to be rolling through the horizon next month. WMMS. Charlie trying to jump in there when I'm trying to hit my post, man. Yeah, that Joycelyn Elders, I remember back in the mid-'90s, that was when Rush Limbaugh had his television show. Because they figured, who wouldn't want to see this guy on TV? And he was playing all those old Joycelyn Elder clips. They asked her about abortion in 94. She said, we really need to get over this love affair with the fetus and start worrying about children. Again, she was very much ahead of her time. She was not wrong, A, not wrong, B, ahead of her time. And then, of course, she was forced to resign by Bill Clinton.
Love that Clapner.
Eric Clapner on the Buzzard of the Eagle. Okay, I got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
with and don't talk about it.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Get ready for that International Masturbation Day on Friday. Light yourself some candles. Draw a bath. Treat yourself.
Do a nice slow one. Don't rush it. Get a
Or
little romantic.
do. Well, whatever works for you.
Yeah, but try and break your record.
Yeah. 35192, by the way, if you want to get a text in here. Indians tonight. They are in Kansas City, coming off a win against the Royals. Very good team. 2nd of 4 tonight, 8:10 on WMMS. And the Cavs are here at home to play the Suns tonight as well. I did get an email that I think our servers are down for the website, so that probably prohibited people from putting the last keyword in.
Yep.
So, sorry. That is an issue above my pay grade.
They are aware of it. They're trying to take care of it.
Mm-hmm. I haven't heard the Cleveland clothing code for May. I'd be happy to give it to you. It is flowers. It are flowers? It is flowers. All through the month of May. 20% off. Take it right off the top when you use the promo code FLOWERS, CLE Clothing Company. Hot Bandana, Sweet Louisiana. That was $140 million worth for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Hey, listen, God bless them. You know, if you can crank, and again, I'm an unabashed Chili Peppers fan. My point was that lyrically, they have taken more than their share of liberties. But I guess that's what sets them apart. From Catholic schoolgirls rule to lang-a-dang-a-ding, to slam the ham and gave her my jam and that whole thing. Listen, these guys did a lot of drugs for a long time. You can't hold it all against them.
It sounds good.
Lang-a-dang-a-ding-dong to you too, sir. That's right. Alan, you said National Masturbation Day is celebrated on May 7th, but I just found an article that said it's May 28th. Why do you have to choose?
Hey.
What I saw was May 7th.
Most days.
For a lot of people, they celebrate it 365 days a year. That includes Christmas.
That's exhausting.
Morning.
A present to yourself.
That's right.
I used to do it on Christmas morning. I used to feel extra bad. I'm like, I'm sorry, Jesus. I'm sorry.
On your birthday.
It's your one day, and I can't even stop sinning.
But not bad enough to not do it.
I try to not sin on Christmas. I try to not lie. I try to not touch myself.
Uh-huh.
Give to the poor.
Uh-huh.
So
that one day.
Well, I give it to myself. So
He's poor.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's giving himself an orgasm. That's giving to the poor.
Oh, he doesn't mean monetarily.
Yes.
I see. Giving to the poor, financially poor, but because you're not trying to follow.
Piss poor morally.
Okay, but on Christmas, so you feel bad, but not bad enough to not do it.
Yeah, I feel guilty.
Not bad enough to not deprive yourself.
Yeah, I feel like pre-guilty.
But that doesn't stop you. You go, I did this yesterday. I can do it again tomorrow. I'm a strong individual. I can wait 24 hours to not do this.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm just like, I had to find the best porno on
I understand,
Christmas morning.
but not really guilty.
I'd be like, I could just star this and bookmark it for tomorrow.
Why are you looking?
I don't know. Sometimes it pops up on my Twitter feed. Sometimes some stuff you just can't. I'd just be scrolling through and someone's like, new OnlyFans video. I'm like, this little whore again. But let me see.
Who do you follow where porn is just randomly showing up in your Twitter feed?
I never open Twitter at work.
Wow. So you basically your whole Twitter feed is just dudes.
It's porn stars, and they have, it's just normal. Like Twitter hoes. And so these guys, before they had a Twitter platform, now they have an OnlyFans. So they're like, all right, well, my 27,000 followers subscribe to my OnlyFans and you can see more of this. And it's just whole. I'm like, God.
It's just a hole.
I was like, where did the video go? It just went black. Like, that was the video. I'm like, oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine how disappointed I was when I followed Twitter hoes. And I was like, all right, I'm going to learn about gardening and things like that. And nope.
Yeah.
This is not the content I came here for.
A lot of people find their porn through Twitter.
I imagine that they do. The trouble is, it's not hard to find pornography. So,
but you get good previews on Twitter.
You don't need Twitter for that.
You get good previews on Twitter, and then you search for it.
Previews. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No, I got you.
But I don't open Twitter at my morning job because that would just be
just at your afternoon job.
Well, no, I'm just saying in here I'm by myself. So if the sound accidentally, my microphone's off. So if the sound accidentally comes on, no one will hear it.
Yeah.
But at my morning job, everyone's just quiet in the office or whatever. And it's just like, I'm like, okay, oops, my bad.
I mentioned that with the Royals losing to the Indians last night, the Indians facilitated the Oakland A's to be the best team in baseball right now. They're about 18-11, I think. But one of their starters injured his hand playing video games.
Oh, no.
What a nerd.
Jesus Luzardo, I'm assuming it's not Jesus, the starter for the A's, injured his throwing hand over the weekend playing video games.
Before the game, he was playing a video game and accidentally bumped his hand on the desk as he was playing the game. He came in, was a little bit sore. Training staff checked him out. We threw him in the cage before he went out there, watched him warmed up. He was comfortable pitching. Training staff was comfortable with him pitching. After the game, we got an x-ray and there was a hairline in the pinky finger.
Hairline fracture in the pinky finger.
Oh,
now, what are the chances he was actually playing video games?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he wasn't preparing.
If you're playing Mario Party and you got to do that one game where you have to like swivel the stick around, I got blisters on my hand from that when I was a younger man. But it sounds to me like
that's what you attributed them to.
Well, that's what I mean.
Mario Party.
Mario Party. Yeah,
okay.
There was this one game where you had to like, if you remember the Nintendo 64 controller.
Yep.
They had the center one was like the joystick.
Yep.
And there was one game where you had to like swivel it around real fast, and we'd all play, like all the kids in my family would play, and you go so fast that it would like eventually you'd get a blister on your hand. And so I could see if that was the game he was playing and he had a blister, this checks out. But to me it sounds like he was doing something else and someone walked in on him and he jumped and
smacked his hand.
That's right. Now he's got a hairline fracture on his pinky finger. That's his moneymaker. Man, you just got to be careful. It's a great video going around today of this. Now again, I've said my piece a couple of times on the liberties that people are clearly taking with quote unquote emotional support animals. Airlines were first on it to go, no more peacocks. All right? You got a teacup chihuahua. Fine.
Here's Alan shutting down people with anxiety again.
Fine. Right.
My emotional support peacock wouldn't appreciate this.
Well, I don't know your emotional support peacock, so.
Can I bring him in?
No.
It will help the show.
Nope.
What's his name?
I have the same policy here as the airlines do. I'm the only Cox in here.
Paul the Peacock.
Paul the Peacock. Anyway, this woman is walking around. She's in a park, and she is walking her emotional support pig. And it is a giant pig. It's like a Hannibal Lecter, Mason Verger hog, And this woman walks over. They call her a Karen. But, okay, she's putting her nose where it doesn't belong. But this woman has a giant pig. On a leash, yeah. And they're like, leave us alone. This has nothing to do with you, which is true. But just the point that this woman has got an emotional... Even this woman is incredulous.
I want to know why you have a pig in the middle of
We're on a walk. Can you just leave us alone? Obviously, you're not a part of our walk. You don't have to be here.
No, this is a community that has bylaws. And if you have a dog, you have it on a leash.
He's on a leash.
He's
in a leash. It's under control, my pet. More than your dog, I'm sure.
No, it's.
The thing's like the size of a pony. And start taking a huge dump in front of a woman. And...
Huge. It's a huge animal.
So what? Who cares if he's huge?
He's eating landscape. No, ma'am, he's eating the landscape.
Look
at that! Look at that! Right on our lawn.
She's picking it up.
I don't know if this is in like a condo area or what, but again, the people with the goddamn emotional support. Listen,
He's my peacock.
Theoretically, God bless, whatever. But obviously, if people are honest with themselves, they're taking advantage of the whole emotional support animal thing.
A pig is a lot more anxiety causing than relieving.
You're not
than like a dog.
You're
than
not,
a dog or
you're
something.
You're not cuddling it. You're not petting it. You're not...
That could be like when my cat
This thing's
purrs,
like a
that's
sow.
calming.
But baby pigs are so cute, though.
This isn't a baby pig. This is a giant sow she's walking around.
Right, but there's other animals that she could have before she gets to the gigantic pig.
She probably raised it from a cute little pig. Did you ever think
Again,
about that?
She can raise it all she wants, but to claim that that's the only animal that she can use for her emotional support?
If she raised this thing from a tiny little piglet,
Can
and
she
she's
ride-
had
she
it
could
for
find another
15
thing.
years.
Alan, can she ride that pig? Is it that big?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's
Probably.
big.
She can ride this pig.
Oh, boy.
Did you hear what he did?
I heard what he did.
Did you hear what he did?
I saw what he did.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
She's
support,
picking it
Poundcake.
up all the time. No, we don't. Look at how much is in there. Seriously.
It's fine. You are being
This woman is filling like a lawn and leaf bag with pig crap.
Oh my God.
grumpy pants.
you
Leave
have a
us
problem-
alone.
Grumpy pants.
By the way, if you saw Grumpy Pants trending this morning, it's probably because of this video. Wouldn't that be a coincidence? If Grumpy Pants, purely independently of this, just started trending.
Okay.
Leave us alone.
I can call the association right now because I
Go
want to know.
for it.
It's emotional support animal first. Emotional support. You have a pig.
Get away.
Again, this lady, she is inserting herself into this, but I feel like she's most of us. We're incredulous to watch it.
Where is this?
A pig.
Where was this?
It was on there's a great subreddit called Public Freakout. And
No.
somebody
What state?
Oh, I don't know. Florida. I don't know.
Well, because she said I'll call the association. So if it's like a gated community,
Well,
and she
that's what I
pays
wonder
a bunch
if
of
it's
money to live there or
HOA
something.
fees or whatever.
As an emotional support animal.
Get away from us.
Again,
Leave.
So what is the
Leave.
What is the pig's name?
Hey, Karen.
I knew that was coming.
And by the way, this is what hurts people with like legitimate anxiety issues because you
Yes.
have all these dopes. They're like, you know what? I just like big pigs. I'm going to say it's my emotional support animal. And,
It's just a big ass pig.
it is a huge pig.
I'm just walking my rhinoceros.
Okay.
My emotional support hippo is none of your business, all right?
That's so funny.
My emotional
to me.
support hedgehog and porcupine.
On a walk in public.
How
Please
many problem
leave.
you have?
Go bother other
Contact my
people.
lawyer. I do not understand. Emotional support animal. You've been living here for a year. You've been living here for a year.
Tabitha
Hey, lady,
co-signing
this
it.
is not hurting you. He's fine.
Everything that goes on around.
The thing's walking around.
Just completely unaffected. That pig don't care.
Just wants to poop wherever he likes.
Here, I do. I know everything.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. He's not hurting you. Look at him. He's fine.
He's more under control
He's on
than
a
your
leash.
dog.
We're
I'm
cleaning
sure.
up after him.
The trick is to be cool with these two. You step to them and you go, oh my God, what a cool pig, whatever. You get some information from them. Then you get the authorities
Oh
on
my
them.
goodness.
Then you go, hey, these two dopes got this giant sow over here. It's going to eat somebody's foot. Who knows what they're feeding this thing?
Again, if you have any problem, contact my lawyer.
He is.
So I would like to contact the association.
He's an emotional
Call the
support
association.
animal. Go for it. Tell
Focus on your
them.
own.
They know.
I'm going to take a picture of this animal.
Please do.
This pig.
And the subtitles, it says crazy lady in parentheses. She's not crazy.
She's freaking out.
She said there's a giant pig in our
neighborhood,
common area or whatever.
Alan, you babysat ostriches. Could you see someone using that as emotional support animal?
They're so big.
This pig
They're
is
giant.
big.
No.
Yeah, but those
I
things are
think-
like 9 feet tall.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just walking down the street in my gated community with my pet ostrich, Oscar.
Calms me.
Oscar the ostrich.
Can you just leave us alone? We're on a nice walk, and we were enjoying our day.
It's a park that has nice grass, and he's taking his business.
It's my emu.
So
on the grass.
does
I like to
everybody's
He's
animal.
taking his business on the lawn. Well, all right, he's studying for the bar. What do you want from him?
So does everybody's
I have
animal.
never heard of an emotional support animal of a pig?
Well, it exists, lady. So
Maybe
maybe read about it.
Animal.
Read about it.
Maybe even a bird, but not a pig.
Well, then you need to open your mind.
I want to know what your name is.
You need to open your mind. But don't get too close to the pig because he will try to eat your limbs. FYI, ma'am.
You don't need to know our name.
They go through bone like butter.
Karen, we don't need to know anybody's name, but we sure know yours.
Shh, not your business.
Can you please leave? We're going to call the police because you're harassing us now.
I want to know.
You're harassing us.
I want to know where this pig lives.
It doesn't.
Walking wild pig. Get out of here, Karen.
Lesser known corn song, Pig on a Leash.
Yeah. Ba 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 ooh, ga ba ga ba ooh, ga da 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 ooh.
Can't do a pig noises.
It's huge.
So what?
Call the police because it's too much. Here, chorizo.
See? He's a good boy.
The pig's name is Chorizo.
Here's the thing, though.
That
like
seems
this lady.
insensitive to the pig.
I was gonna say, you named your pig Chorizo.
Instead of confronting, why doesn't she just call the HOA, or why doesn't she
Well,
file
that's
an
what you
official
should
complaint?
do. But some people just like to take the law into
That's
their
what I
own
said.
hands.
You're the friend of the pig.
You don't know who's packing. Though.
Well, and because people, I mean, everybody's curious. If you see a giant pig, you're like, I wonder where that pig lives. And she's running over and demanding, tell me where that pig lives.
Recorders.
They are.
You got. I'm saying, but I'm talking about the lady can record the person with the pig. Like, look at this bitch out here with bacon. Like, she just walking around the
Out here with
community,
bacon.
no care in the world, and then you do your you put your secret agent hat on, and you just follow them.
Leave us alone.
I cannot even. Okay. I am going to.
Go ahead, call them. I would love to talk to them.
And I am
Go
going
ahead.
Again, the bottom line is, get your nose out of other people's business.
Right.
Right? If it's not you, somebody else is going to do something, and this lady and her pig may soon be parted. I don't know. But these two are walking around, minding their own business, walking a giant sow on a harness, and this woman walks over.
To say.
Sow.
And, this thing's taking giant dumps.
Could the pig overpower her if it wanted to get away?
What do you
Probably.
mean? Oh, could it pull her?
Because it's like a 200, 300-pound pig. So I'm sure if that
The leash
pig
literally
took
does
off,
nothing.
that dog or that lady's not going to be able to stop that pig.
Well, again, I don't think that I don't know how fast it is. It's a big fat
But it's
pig.
powerful.
Yeah.
Pigs might be. I don't know. I've never seen. If you try to feed a pig, they run pretty fast because they want to get there before all the other pigs.
Since pigs are considered livestock, every city has got their own rules about pet ownership, obviously. And the lady says, the pig's been here with us, huge as hell, and you missed it. Listen, I just remember a story. A guy told me many years ago he had a pig, and it was a pet pig. And this pig, they're very smart animals. They say that in the animal kingdom that they're nearly, not as smart as humans, but for animals, pretty smart animals, And so there are some animals that are pretty dumb, but this guy was telling me that he had this pig, and he had gotten himself into a really tough situation a couple of times, and this pig had saved his life. And he was showing me pictures, he had some on his phone, and so he's like, this pig has been just fantastic to me. And I noticed that it seemed... I go, it looks like it's got 3 legs. I couldn't tell. It was like a trick of the light or whatever it was. And I go, this pig, I forget what he told me the pig's name was, a big pig. And he goes, this pig had saved me on more than a few occasions. And so it's above and beyond what an emotional support animal would do, And I said, it seems to have 3 legs. Why is it missing a leg? And he goes, well, a pig like this, you're not going to eat all at once.
When you said it saved his life, I thought maybe it called Swine 11.
Mary Santora at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls this weekend. And then with Bill Squire for the recording of Big and Worthless at Hilarities this weekend.
Butt crier.
For Mother's Day.
Crying out my butt.
That's right. Okay, you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text 35192, and there's another chance for you to get yourself $1,000 after we get out of here, right around 6:30. That's coming up.
The Alan Cox Show. 100.7 WMMS.
Now to the story of a pig that is inspiring others. One pot-bellied pig has certainly endured his share of problems. Chris P. Bacon was born without the use of his...
Remember Chris P. Bacon?
Oh, I remember.
The news anchor couldn't get through the...
Yeah, you have to read this story.
Because the pig's name is Chris P. Bacon.
Yeah.
Funny. Well, Chris P. Bacon just died.
Oh, baby.
He died in a barn fire.
Jeez.
Oh, it smelled so good.
So good, along with a bunch of other animals. Chris P. Bacon, the famous and viral pot-bellied pig, died in a barn fire in Baldwinsville, New York, which is suburban Syracuse. So, R.I.P. Chris P.
B.
Rest in pork. Okay, we gotta go. What do you got coming up, William? Anything big?
Yes, huge thing. Recording an album this weekend at Hilarities. You can get tickets at hilarities.com Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And check out The Bill Squire Show. It's a podcast on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Mary Lynn?
You know what that pig was after he died? Ghostly ham. Headlining the Funny Stuff this Thursday. Tickets at funnystuff.com, and then opening for Bill Squire, Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake.
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. If you need to leave us a message between now and tomorrow, you can do it on the After Hours line, 216-986-8903. You can listen to the show anytime on demand on the iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. It's where we are on Facebook, too. And that's it. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is about 6 minutes away. You can go fund yourself at 6:30. And then Tribe game tonight in Kansas City. First pitch at 8:10. Second to 4 against the Royals. Beat them.